Welcome and good morning. The 19th of November, 2025, 8 o'clock, 0800 Central Standard Time. This is my, this is Risk Neutral Trading, my live stream and of my virtual trading journal. The idea here is that I capture everything I'm watching on my video, and my voiceover provides insight as to what I was thinking. I'm not a financial advisor or licensed to do that, or trade advisor, and also your results depend on your execution and your trade rules and plans. There's a disclaimer. There's the usual disclaimer in the description of the stream. I am not monetized, so in YouTube, so I'm in it for the likes and subs. That would be really great. And drop something in the chat, some commentary, some feedback. It's nice to trade with other people. The idea of the stream here to YouTube is for complete transparency and accountability, number one. Number two, I'm able to review the streams from any device, which is pretty great, because my office is two standing desks here in an L, and so I'm standing up from around 5:30, 5:45 every morning until around 1900, so that makes for a long day. All right, to get right into it here, reports. Well, our friends in the government have decided to come back to work, which is a pretty snazzy thing. You know, I mean, that's pretty cool considering we pay them, right? Until they reopened, this is an amazing fact to me. The House of Representatives, the federal House of Representatives, had 20 working days since the 1st of July. So far in 2025. Now they had one or two yesterday and the day before, I guess, when they came back and voted for this Epstein thing. So maybe they'll get with it. You never know. Here is the basically we have the Wednesday reports calendar, pretty extensive, with some pickup news coming in here that we're now that the government is back in action, we're getting some fill-in stuff. For example, a really big one to be very aware of is right here, non-farm payroll. Wait a minute, there you go, non-farm payroll for September, mind you. But this is completely out of sequence, as any trader surely must know, or you better if you don't now. The non-farm payroll report is probably the largest economic report in terms of impact on the market, and it's released the first Friday of every month at 7:30 in the morning. There is an exception to that, and I forget exactly what it is, as if the first, if there's a holiday or something, I don't know. And perhaps that's why they're doing that this Thursday, because, no, it's Thursday, not Friday. Never mind. I was going to say something about Thanksgiving, but never mind. So there you go. Now, this is investing.com. It's completely free. You can filter it however you want. I like the presentation here for making screen snaps to post in the Discord or whatever. I just prefer that. The other news source that I use is Financial Juice, which is similar in that it has a docket over here. I see Mirren is speaking again. and Trump speaking at 11. Ooh, these are random risk. We don't know. I'll talk about that later. And NVIDIA earnings, real big one. NVIDIA earnings are this afternoon after the bell. This is the earnings calendar on investing.com. Again, it's pretty easy to look for. Here's NVIDIA after the bell. Forecast is $54.8 billion. Think about that. I can remember when being a millionaire was a big deal. $4.4 trillion market cap. Wow. Anyway, this is the docket, but one of the advantages that Financial Juice does have, they have more of a squawk box feel here on the right. And you notice Trump speaks, Mirren speaks, blah, blah, blah. They try to get these into the calendar, which is really, really great, and I really appreciate that. Investing.com does not. It reports. What am I doing? There we go. It reports the scheduled news, real financial releases and reports. Okay? So there you go. Keep your hat on. We're going to have this Mirren speaking at 9 could be a problem. I can tell you right now what he's going to say. We need to cut rates. We need to cut rates. That's his rallying cry, because he is now the newest Fed governor temporarily assigned or appointed to the Fed, and he is still a White House employee. So he's just saying what the administration, specifically Trump, is telling him to. And okay, that's, he's doing what the boss says, his boss says. And then Trump is going to be speaking at 11. So there you go. Things to watch out for. Let's get on with the pre-market here while I'm busy fluffing around. What do we have? Well, IRT, my basic charting package. These are the micros. The minis. This is the ES, the NASDAQ, and my high time frame chart, the micro composite, and the market profile. I am currently trading the minis or the micros because of the, I'll explain that in a little bit. And I'll tell you how I'm when I will scale up or size up. But again, the same exact layout. Just this is micro. And if you don't remember, you can see the watermark here with a big M, ES. Also, on any of my charts, you can notice right up here at the top in the chart header is the instrument, well, the name of the chart, which doesn't mean anything to anybody but me, the instrument, the type of chart. This is a 12-tick Renko. It's a 1 minute, it's based on this MES 1 minute, and it's for the full session right now, 1700 to 1600. We'll change that after the open. Same story for the NQ and the micro composite chart. Now, this is my higher time frame chart. It is always just RTH session only, which is regular trading hours, 8:30 till 1600 every trading day. These are daily candlesticks. And wherever price overlaps, I draw a volume profile around them. By so doing, it generates high and low volume node. I only turn those on for the most current profile. Okay, that makes sense. And it generates the micro composite VPOC, volume point of control, and then, and now the VPOC and the levels and stuff, I enter manually in Bookmap. But these red and green lines, the value for them, there's a flag put at each one of these levels in Bookmap, and those push automatically, continually live all day long from actually, anyway. And then also, I push the session prices to Bookmap. And here we have our old friend, the market profile. Relatively high volume so far today. And let's get on with Bookmap. Boom. Here we go. So This is the dome or the price ladder or the order book, whatever you want to call it. Session prices and resting liquidity. The market, the micro composite column, where I enter these levels manually. The high and low volume nodes, which are somewhere around there. There you go. There's some of them. And then the full session volume profile here, which started plotting last night at 1700. And this is the RTH volume profile, which will reset this morning at 0830 for just the volume of the RTH session. This is my notes column, which is real important to me because the first thing I do every morning is determine the open type for the day, of which there are 4. This would stand for lower out of range. So what are we going to have today? Well, let's check. If we open right here, right now, there's price, eh? How does that price compare to the previous RTH close? Right there. It's higher than the close. And how does it compare with the previous RTH range? Well, it's within range. So the first thing I do then every day is change the higher in range. Now, why do I do that? Well, besides being OCD, whenever I make a screen snap or look at a screen snap or look at the recording, I can see that value right there and tells me a whole lot of information all about the overnight. This is also the column where we'll enter all the statistics associated with the session prices, which are pushed from Bookmap or to Bookmap from IRT based on the open type. And so today, and then these are migrating VPOC flags. And then the first thing we need to do is get them out of the way from yesterday. There we go. These are the session prices which are pushed from IRT. Now, I keep everything really simple and logical. It's only based on price action, levels, and data. Volume, profile, price action, and data. Only. This is the previous RTH high. And there's the naked volume point of control from the most recent. I didn't put that correctly. I usually put the date, huh? So I know. That's the naked volume point of control from the most recent RTH auction. In other words, this is where we closed last night. Now, you'll notice none of my charts have indicators, only price levels. And a couple of calculated things like the POC. And there's one which is a bright yellow for the RTH, and there's one for the full session down here. Wherever that went. There you go. POC is nothing magical or mysterious. It's just marks the price at which the most contracts have traded so far in that session. So 66.45 is the price at which the most contracts have traded so far since we opened at 1700 last night. 4,358 contracts. The absolute split second that one of these other prices has 4,359 contracts, that just happened right there. Look at there. 4401 and the VPOC move. Thank you very much. That was convenient and great little show and tell tool there. The POC moves. That's all there is to it. It's real simple. I do have 2 calculated values, which are the VWAP. If you could call them indicators if you want to. There's a Globex VWAP and there's the RTH VWAP. That stands for volume weighted average price. And there's a mid. The rest of the levels are self-explanatory. RTH close, developing value area low, blah, 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 right? Now, let's find a couple that are also usually tricky for people, and that's the initial balance, high and low. Confusing, I guess, because of the naming, which comes from market profile, initial balance. what does that really mean? These two levels, the initial balance high and the initial balance low, are nothing more than the marker of the high and the low of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session. Period. Nothing more complicated than that. So let's look at statistics now. They come from this beauty right over here. And this is an IRT, and this is a statistics study. Now, IRT conveniently highlights the correct open type, but only at after 8:30 in the morning. So here. Today, we've already determined we're going to open higher in range. As I said, there's only 4. Higher out of range, higher in range, lower in range, lower out of range. Gap down, gap up. Simple, huh? The way the study is, now these are for the micros because that's what I'm watching. But it's the same for the mini. The study is real simple. It looks backwards at 1,622 days. That's the data set that it calculates on. Of these 1,622 days, we opened higher in range, 496 of them. It's 30%. Of the days where we opened higher in range, price revisited the overnight volume point of control 81.2% or 402 times. Overnight volume point of control just happens to be right under this here, as we know. So it's 80, what did I say? 81.2. This is real complicated, so be careful. Watch this. There you go. That's all there is to it. And then I will simply go down the list. The next order of business is overnight volume point of control, overnight mid, 74.8. Overnight mid went somewhere. Where'd that go? That is also hiding right over here, right there. See where the overnight mid and the RTH mid are right on top of each other? Do you see that? That is 70, what did I say? 74.8. Okay. Boom. Overnight high. 74.6. Overnight high. There we are. Now, these are not, absolutely not, firm lines in the sand. 70.2 is the previous close. They're not targets. What they are is, hold on, I can't type and talk at the same time. That's why I use it. That's why I stream. That's why I use this method for journaling. Okay, these are probabilities. This, you got to remember that these are just the percentage of time where this value was revisited by price in the upcoming RTH, in the RTH session. Looking back over 1,600 and whatever it is days, 22 days, trading days where we opened higher in range. That's all. Very definitely, because of their statistics, you can expect that, I pretty much always expect that the overnight POC is going to get hit, or wherever that went, right down here. I pretty much expect that's going to be revisited. And next in line is typically always the overnight mid. Let's widen this out. Maybe we can see those levels a little better. There's the mid, so. Okay, let's get on with it before I get all discombobulated. 68.3, that's what I was looking at, is the IB high, and I'll show you why. IB high. Why do I put the initials? Remember the definition. This marks the high and low of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session. The very split second that we open at 8:30 Central Standard Time, this flag is going to move down to the top of wherever our price is trading, and right now it's down here. Won't be up here. So I'm going to be going, what the hell happened? What does 6803 mean? Now I know it was yesterday's RTH high. The IB low is 60.5, and if I remember yesterday's trade, that is way below us. Way down here. Okay. And while we're down here, let's, oh, come on, Alice, get up there, do that, get that up there. Let's look at the previous RTH low, which is the previous low, it's 34.9. And what else is, well, ETH low, that's got to be pretty important, and that's 49.4. Okay. Oops, I didn't do a very good job on that one. I'll get back to it in a minute. So there are some pretty much previous highs, 58.5, and I don't have that over here. But let's put it in here. 58.5. Okay, that ought to, God damn, I'm not doing a very good job, am I? Sorry about that. Sorry about my swearing. Okay. So there we go. Now, these are the statistics based on our open type. They're in the market. And what else do we need to do? Well, the next thing I need to do is a TLab snap, which is something you're going to go, what in the hell is that? And I will tell you in a minute as soon as I do it. By now, you know I'm not Mr. Multitask. So. Ah, damn. The TLab snap is something I do every morning, and that is, I do every morning. I do two in there, actually. I do one every morning at before around 6, and that's the that is the reports for the day. And then I do this one, which gives everybody over there access to all the levels and stuff that I can provide from my IRT. These are naked volume points of control, which I can turn off or on, kind of bright red there, I guess. And, you know, what's happened several sessions back, all the levels you might think of, et cetera, all right? The next thing that's pretty important to know about the TLab is it is a bookmap Discord chat room, and it is started by a guy named Tom B., who is, are we all right? Yeah. Been trading since about 1980. It's 46 years successfully. Now, he doesn't trade live, nor does he call trades. And it is a bookmap Discord chat room. So it's sponsored and funded and, you know, maintained by Bookmap. But the thing that is appealing to me, or was appealing to me, and one that was, you know, more involved there, was it's completely free. You're never solicited for anything. And I agree with Tom's advice about trading and patience and risk management, et cetera. In fact, he suggested that it's real important to narrate the market and keep yourself engaged with it. And that's why I'm doing the stream, essentially. I thought, well, I can't do that journaling very good, but I'm going to do this. And that's how this stream evolved. So you're never going to see, like I said, doesn't trade live, doesn't call trades. It's a Discord area where he does chat, and a lot of other people do. I'm not nearly as active in there anymore as I used to be because I'm busy doing this. and static. So I always, but I do feel, gratitude. So I put a plug in for him every day. And I just did that. So there we go. Now, the next thing that's pretty important to do, let's get back to real life, is trade, right? We got 5 minutes till the open. How do you trade with Bookmap? Well, the first thing you have to do is activate the trade control panel. Click this padlock. Select a way that you're going to interact with the application to trade with your mouse. If you choose chart, the only place that's active to trade with the mouse is the active data column. If you choose DOM, the only place you can trade with your mouse are the DOM columns, and both is, as you expect, both of them. Next thing I need to do is I trade with multi-brackets. This is where the risk-neutral methodology is applied and where my trading brackets, which I always use, and I very definitely recommend anybody always use them. The first thing you do is decide the package size. Now, the smallest package size you can have with risk-neutral methodology is 2 contracts because you need an even number of 2. Then you decide a stop loss for the package. The first criteria that you need to review is your account risk parameter and the volatility of your, factored in with that, the volatility of the instrument you're trading, the volatility of the current market conditions. All of those things are important, and they all need to be reviewed and selected. You need to have this all figured out long before now, long before the RTH is open or ready to open the live market. So once you've established this package, the first risk neutral scale is automatic because it's for half of the package. Remember I said they had to be even. And the stop is for the same number of ticks positively as the stop loss is negative. Now, the minute you achieve this scale, you're risk neutral in the trade, and the worst that can happen to you is a scratch, unless you break the cardinal commandment and move your stop away from entry, which I would never do in a million years. So there you go. And then there's the runner, and you can set these up as many, however you want them. Here's a 4-lot high volatility, whatever you want to do. Okay. Once you've done that, you see that I have all of these parameters up here, these metrics, same as here. I don't need these tools anymore because I use multi-bracket. So I confirm the package size. I can click the padlock again. It stays green. It stays unlocked because we've chosen a way to interact. And now I get cancel and close, and I'm all set. I get the real estate back. And we're going to open in about 2 minutes. So there you go. Hook in and hang on. Okay, 30 seconds. Will this sucker reset automatically? Bookmap's been having an issue with that. Let's see. I've sent log files and blah, blah, blah. Who knows? I have, this is rhythmic data. I'm trading a live funded account with my own money from AMP via Rhythmic. I have Rhythmic in admin mode set up to reset the clock or resync the clock every 2 minutes. There we go. And we didn't get a reset. And oh, isn't that great? And now it doesn't want to reset at all. That's just freaking magic. God, you know, when you pay a lot of money for something, and believe me, Rhythmic is, I mean, this freaking program is not inexpensive. It's irritating when it doesn't work right, you know? It irritates me. I'm going to start putting in these migrating volume profile POC flags. And I'm going to stop that. I'll explain why in a minute. It's just a waste of time. So here is our RTH, our naked volume point of control, ETH high. Where are we here, boys and girls? Well, we've taken out the mid, huh? That 74%'s been hammered. So has the overnight VPOC. You can see the level over here, the label. Gosh, that's irritating. So much so. In fact, I was going to, before I renewed this next quarter, I was going to just pop for the, you know, the lifetime license already. But if they can't figure this kind of stuff out, really, you know, irritating. Now, remember when I said that the IB high and low needed to be recorded and noted because they would change? Well, here's the IB high, and there's the IB low. Why isn't the flag down there? Because I need to switch the charting to full session. It is there you see the flags. It is a known, it's not an issue, it's expected behavior, and I'll tell you why. Once I get through doing this, I'm changing my charting to, from full session to RTH session only, and I do that like this. IRT is pretty handy at stuff like this. When it's working, it's real handy. Boop. Okay, there we go. Savey. And back to the micro. Now, I do that so that the developing value area high and low, which represent the current auction, are properly aligned with, or I should say that the value area high and low, not without the D on it. In IRT's world, they reflect the previous auction. So up until we just opened, this was yesterday's RTH session. But the minute we opened, this would suddenly be reflecting the ETH, which just closed. I do not want it to do that. I share these price levels with a lot of people. And I'm happy to share them with you. Just drop something in the chat. They expect this to be the previous RTH. So when I change IRT to reflect the RTH session, these levels then become correct, or correctly associated. This is reflecting the value area low from yesterday's RTH, and wherever the high went is as well. And we're one point high, and we have the whole session in range over here, up in here. And now I'm going to throw Blue Boy on, my super secret proprietary inventory or indicator. There we go. And that beauty right there is nothing more than a visual cue for me. If I glance left and see Blue Boy, I know that I have the full session in view. If I don't see it, I know I need to fix that, because I want to be constantly rooted in the current session. Now, didn't get into it. There was a little bit of distraction in the pre-market, but my expectation was that we would get a bit of responsive buying based on some news and the fact that, the market was inventory was a little short overnight, and we are. So, it sounds like hindsight, and in effect it is, but only because this makes me irritated. I will never, ever pull one of those rearview mirror trading internet guru stunts. I don't know. The reason I used to flag the migrating volume points of control was because previously, instead of using Blue Boy and keeping the entire session in view, I would keep 5 minutes on the time scale. Well, the line continues to plot all day following the POC. So after some time in the market, in the current session, the line would scroll off the left of the chart, and I would not be able to see where the POC had been. Now that I have the session in view all the time, I don't need these flags so much, and I think they kind of clutter up the column here. I don't know, it's an open kind of, and the jury's out sort of on that. I don't know what I got going on here, but this is not right. It should be 08 1125. There we go. That doesn't make any sense either. I don't know what the hell's going on here, but that MCVPOC is in the wrong spot, I think. Something's going on. Well, yeah, this is one I missed closing out. Sorry about that. From a long time ago. That's from over here. That's this POC, which was in fact closed out here long ago. Otherwise, it would have been there. I don't know how I missed that, to be honest with you. Am I on the right charts? Everything going right here? Yep. Always recheck, confirm before remember, this is your money. This is your life. Or not. If it's a video game and an adrenaline rush, and you're, independently wealthy or have a career and and this is just something fun to do, good for you. That's cool too. Do that. This is my business upon which I depend. So that's that. That's why it's a live account, funded by me. That none of the prop story. I got screwed real bad by Top Step, but I'm tired of talking about it. They made a decision, and they decided that they wanted to go a certain direction, and that they were not going to honor their commitments or their word, which surprised the hell out of me, actually. I didn't think that they would do that. The 1st of October, actually. So here we are, trading like a rock star. Remember that these naked volume points of control from the micro composite are dependent on how the profile is drawn. How I draw, where price overlaps. I try to keep them consistent so that it's not confusing to me or anybody else. But that's important to remember. And everybody, if you're looking at, TLab or who the hell else it is, I don't know. Everybody can draw them however they feel like it. I think the micro composite thing, I think originally started with Murad Askar, which is FT71, about, I don't know, 8 or 9 years ago. He used to be a staunch supporter and trade exclusively with IRT. Then he went to Bookmap, and now he's, he keeps changing stuff. Different brokerages. I had a brokerage with him at one point called Stage 5. An account, and then now he's Convergent Trading and what's the other one he's got? Edge Pro, Edge Clear or something like that. He's a interesting guy. An opportunist for sure. So here we are, bopping all over the place here now, aren't we? We pushed that IBI. Remember, the IB high and the IB low are nothing more complicated than the high and low of the first 1 hour of the RTH session. What did this mean? Nothing. It means that the price has gone up here, and this pretty quick, this is going to move up here. That's it. Just a marker of the high and low. At 9:30, they stop moving. There's a statistic, well-known, old-time market profile statistic associated with those two levels, which we'll talk about in a few minutes. But right now, it's just a marker of the high and low of the first 1 hour. That's it, baby. Yeah, so welcome to the stream. I think everything's working well now. I did some stuff over the weekend to try to clean up and, make the IRT more efficient. There's so much data coming down the pipe now compared to when they started and when it was built, that it's pretty incredible. So you have to kind of keep monitoring that if you happen to use IRT or any software, I think, any real software, not a web app, because they do all that in the background for you, so you don't see it. That's why they a lot of the quotes are I can't think of the right word now, but you're not getting a tick by tick feed aggregated. This is rhythmic market by order data. And yeah, there we go. Buckle up. We're going to get up there to that all-time high, or that ETH high. 78% probability. Naked volume point of control up there also. Where's settlement? 39.75 down below us, down here. Okay. Well, here we go now. Here we go, loop-de-loo. This is the trading system, which I have developed and vetted, meaning I have captured a statistically significant data set of this specific system over 500 plus days of trading, 725 or something trades it is now, and determined that it has a positive expectancy and risk reward, or R factor, whatever word, however you want to approach that. And so that's what I'm trading. Now, this chart is a, I have sent this system to the chart so that when the system is triggered to take a trade, it will. And there are only 4 trades. There are 2, an IB continuation, an IB failure, an IB continuation, an IB failure. 2 trades around the IB high and the IB low. It's real simple. These levels here, which you see, these lines, are just indicators that I built for this chart and the sister ship over here to visually, for myself, to visually confirm or understand that these signals and levels are happening and triggers are happening where and when I want them to, I expect them to. They don't have anything to do with actually trading. Now, when it takes a trade, it'll plot that. And I'm going to change this would indicate the T2 and the T1. This is from yesterday. And I don't really like that it does that. There's the trade yesterday. It was a scratch. I'm going to change those to get rid of these lines and just let it plot this. Just let it plot the trade. I think that's what it did yesterday, and that's what I'm going to try to do today. So this is just an indicator of this system on this chart. Now I'm going to just shut these 2 off like that, and then those green lines are going to go away. It's a little cleaner, I think. And this is only for me to watch. I want to draw your attention to the fact that this is simulated. This is, on this chart, in this system only, simulated within IRT. And this is just 3 ways for me to confirm I'm not sending trades to my live account, which I trade via Bookmap. Okay? This simulated just represents the account that I've selected over here. Boom. And it also, in this quote page up here, also needs to be 0. This quote page, special quote page, trading list, any instrument that you have in here tells IRT it's okay to trade that and send those to the broker, which is the last thing I wanted to do. So I have confirmed that that's 0. I have this unsimulated having nothing to do with me actually trading on Bookmap, because that is live AMP fully funded. Be clear. All right. So what I'm going to do, the reason for this long diatribe is, what I'm going to do here is wait for and watch for the signals and see how this thing works. Now, when I have a signal, and there needs to be 3 of them, an A, a B, and a trigger, and the system fires an order, I will enter with my mouse over here on Bookmap in the live account. That's how I do it. And if you want to see what happened, what I mean by that, here's yesterday. There was the first signal trade, and it was an IB failure from the low, and it was a scratch. See, there's the entry. There is the target achieved. This was T2, and price went back and hit the stop and scratched. I don't move anything. I do move my targets, my second target, to a more, to let my winners run, right? And then this was the second trade, which I need to analyze again, but full stop. So that's how Bookmap records it. I also make a screen snap, and right down here you see the complete breakdown of the trade. absolute time in, instrument, MFE, MAE, result, all that stuff. I put those in my journal. Let's get back to the real, oh, and I wasn't even showing you all of that crap. I'm sorry. There you go. The trade, the entry, this T1, scratch, T1, entry, full stop. Entry, full stop. There you go. Sorry about that. I wish there was a way I could automate this thing to know where I was looking. But maybe I ought to just pull up my boots and be more aware of what I'm doing now. Okay, we're off and running. Isn't it fun? What have we done? Well, we've pushed the IB up a couple of times. We achieved that 76% statistic for the developing value or the overnight high, and the POC right here from yesterday, the naked volume point of control. So my workflow for these is that when the level is achieved, I change the text to black, and then if I'm not asleep at the wheel during the session break before the from the RTH to the ETH, I remove them, or definitely on the weekends I try to do that. And Blue Boy's hiding over here again. You sneaky devil, come on. Okay, you see what I mean. Now, if I had a bunch of flags in here, well, let's do that just for sake of the stream and for. Let's put a few of these flags in here. I'll show you what I'm thinking. Any comments would be really appreciated. There's the next one. Was here, let's say. And then we got one up here where we are now, or where we were a minute ago. And then we have this one up here. Okay. Migrating volume points of control as I used to do it. All right. Now let's look at this. Okay. Tell me where they've been and what happened here. Do we know? No, we don't know. I find it much more informative and keeping in the game to have the full context in view. What happened? Very little responsive selling. What's the context so far? Is there any question in your mind what the context is? This doesn't tell you that with these naked volume points of control. Now, if I'd have done something maybe like put a number on them, 1, 2, 3, I would know how they were unfolding in sequence. But I don't think that's valid. I got enough to do. Look at us go. Boy, oh boy. Okay, why aren't I trying to get in there? Well, because I am not trading like I'm killing snakes. I'm not trading on a hunch or a FOMO or a monkey mind prompt or adrenaline or dopamine. I'm approaching this as a business, and I do not have a setup or a trade, and I will not until 9:30. If someone does have one, opening range, breakout, whatever that might be, and you're on the trade long, good for you. That's fantastic. That's why I've now vetted the initial balance trades, and I need to work on the next one. And remember when I said, what the hell was 68.3 and put that little thing? Well, that's yesterday's initial balance high. A little tip. I can see that because I have both all these screens in front of me at all times. Here's yesterday's RTH session. There's yesterday's IB high. I can tell very definitely that we're up here at IB high. I can see the previous RTH high. I can see the Globex high. I can see the overnight, the ETH high. I'm watching this stuff on a couple of screens, but the stream doesn't have that benefit. I thought about streaming both monitors. This is a 4-monitor rack in front of me, but the two primary trading screens are these two lower ones, but they're 32-inch 4K. So I think if I make a capture and stream that entire amount of video for both screens, it would be so small and basically unreadable or unviewable on the stream, I believe. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it. So there you go. Well, we're pretty quick at that. Yesterday's RTH high. And why do you suppose we're doing this? Well, the market goes down to go up, goes up to go down, goes down to go up, goes up to go down, goes up. Maybe. That's how essentially it works. I mean, and that's real simplistic, of course, but yeah. Okay, so welcome to the stream. Throw something in the chat. Thanks a lot. Thumbs up, subscribe. That's a huge help. The chat's great because trading's a lonely business. I stand here, and my office is silent. I don't even, when I have the music on, which I'll put on here in a little bit, I don't hear it. I'd have to put my headset on because I like it that way. And I want to focus on trading. And look at us go. Oh boy. And now we've had a VPOC migration or two, haven't we? Oop, there's one. There's a good one. Boop, there's another one. That's a setup that a lot of people try. I have not been able to get the specifics worked out in order to vet the trade. And I don't take trades. I do not trade setups which I have not vetted. I don't care how many thousand times Tom or Rod or anybody says it's a vetted trade. I don't do that. And they would be the first to say, good, vet them yourself. Never take someone's word for it. Now we're at the high of yesterday. We've got a high volume node just above us. What's going to happen? Who knows? Are we going to get a pop up here? And why is any of this going on here? Well, Marin or whatever his name is going to start heralding the benefits of more rate cuts from the Fed, and then Trump's going to talk at 11, if I remember correctly. Pretty sure that's true. Well, there we go. So we're open and we're trading, and boy, oh boy, oh boy. Am I all set? Have I got to trade on? Nope. Why not? It's not 9:30 yet. The initial balance is not set. Notice that they continue to move up with price. And the trades that I have vetted and that I have statistics for are the initial balance trades as I described earlier. And I realize that this string, it's funny that I see people come and go here because they come in and they're all excited about what they hear the first time or two, and then they realize, oh, wait a second, this guy actually does what he says. You know, trading is not an adrenaline rush, a dopamine fix. You don't need to worry about, wearing out your mouse clicking it. It is, you take structured trades, and it's a business of probabilities and statistics. It doesn't make for exciting streaming, I guess, but and I don't spend a lot of time, and I do have a YouTube, there is a Discord associated with this, of course, but I don't do that. What a phenomenal context, huh? What would you think the context is today? Well, there's the open. Ooh. You think going short's a good idea? Maybe not. Maybe not. At this point. And I would have no reason for this irrational exuberance here other than, interesting. Now, if you look at it on the higher time frame, what is this? Well, that could be a short to pullback. Instead of buy the dips, it's short to long, short to pullbacks, or whatever you call them when they do this part. So we're down, pullback, down, reset. Ooh, what will we do? The market goes up to go down and goes down to go up. I don't know. I don't know. And I do not attempt to forecast. I want to trade what I see, and I want to trade based on what the market is doing. I believe that's the correct approach. Let's see what's happening. Oh boy, this mouse and I are not getting along very well together. Do I have any setups? Nope. Where are all these lines? Well, it's not 9:30. So there you go. I keep forgetting to put the damn thing in there. Open. Okay. Something that's pretty important to talk about here at the beginning, I think, is that we are living in an environment now which is unusual to me, and I've only been around the market since about 99, but that's a little while. I've never seen, except at 911 when I was trading that, I've never seen a truly random, such a pronounced potential, unrecognized, unscheduled, anything you want to call it, risk potential. I call it an unidentified critical risk. It's got nothing to do with politics. It's got to do with the condition of the market and how we approach it. Now, we all know, oops, that's the wrong one. We all know, what am I doing here? Where'd it go? There we go. We all know that these are reports. We know that tomorrow we're going to get the non-farm payroll. I went over that in the pre-market. Typically, we know years in advance that the non-farm payroll is going to be released at 7:30 in the morning, Central Standard Time, on the first Friday of every month. That's a huge market-moving number, and everybody knows it. But you can plan for it. You can manage your risk. You can be ready for that. Nowadays, we have a problem in that we have specifically Trump, dropping out of the sky from no place, not scheduled, not anything else. And it can have, and that's perfectly his business to do so. But from our point of view as traders, we have to try to identify and manage risk, right? That your job as a trader is to preserve and grow compound your account. This right here is 229 handles, sell off. This candle. This is the result of a tweet at 10 o'clock in the morning out of no place. And come to find out, it was not based on fact. The reason for the tweet was not correct. And the reported action that he was going to take never happened. So, that's his business to do whatever he wants to do. But look at what it did to somebody that didn't have a stops and targets in the market. That's risk that we can't identify. I know that tomorrow they're going to have the September non-farm payroll released at 7:30 in the morning because now the government's back to work. They're trying to play catch up. I know that. So I'm going to be ready. I'm going to be flat and watching at 7:30 in the morning. This is an unrecognized critical risk. And so I say that in this environment, and it's got nothing to do with politics, how I voted is my business and nobody else's. We need to be sure that we only take A-plus vetted setups you've vetted yourself and know to have an expected edge, an expectancy, or an edge or a probability, whatever word you want to use, and limit the amount of time you expose your account to the risk of the market. That's my philosophy, and I believe it's good advice. Now look at this day. Wouldn't it have been a beautiful thing to get long right down here? And if I were a rearview mirror trader, you can bet your ass more than one of them are saying that that's exactly what they did. They got long right here with this VPOC migration, and boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, are they rich. And these are all setups, none of which I have been able to vet successfully. Some people do. But, there you go. Take it for what it's worth, grasshopper. And I guess the next thing to talk about then would be the trades that I have vetted and what I'm getting ready to do. Well, the initial balance trades. There are two, right? What's the initial balance? First of all, it's not a thing. There's no statistic until 9:30. We know that. Talked about it ad nauseum. The statistic associated with the initial balance, which is widely known by everybody on the planet that's a trader of futures anyway. Now you see that IRT has conveniently highlighted the open type for us. And here's another thing that's pretty cute. You see how some of these price levels are highlighted blue and some remain black? Anyone that's highlighted blue means it's been revisited by price in this session so far. Cute, huh? Pretty cool. Well, here's the initial balance statistic. There is greater than 97.5% probability in all four open types that price will exceed the initial balance high or low at some point in the balance of today's RTH trading session. That's the statistic. And in this case today, it's 97.6%, meaning that there's a 2.4% probability that we won't achieve either one, and there's a 31% probability that we'll achieve both. That's the IB statistic. So there you go. Now, what I'm doing, that's what this system has been built to trade. And the way it works programmatically is the computer evaluates each one of these rules over every 1 minute candle continually. And when the rules A, B, and trigger are satisfied, it will enter a trade. Again, simulated to graph it on this chart so that I can be sure I'm doing the right thing and see if it all lines up for me, right? Continually checking. I have this trigger chart, which is a little easier to see. Doesn't have the system on it. These are the A, B, and the trigger, by the way. That's how they're flagged. And on these two charts, these session markers have nothing to do with sequence or cadence. They just fire whenever that particular rule is achieved, having nothing to do with 9:30, having nothing to do with the fact that there was an A before a B before a trigger, okay? Because this is just for me to watch. Now, on the real system, abso-freaking-lutely, they're sequential, and once in a trade, no more signals are evaluated until the system is flat, and then all those signals are reset to zero, that kind of thing. And each one of these rules are developed by me, and you'll notice that it's not handy like multi-brackets. You have to specifically create a rule for each and every action or level or whatever. So there is a stat for IB high. They'll throw the A above, the IB, A below, or the B, A below. Same thing for the low, continuation zones, all that stuff. And these levels or these lines, the labels, once we have achieved 9:30. Oops, wrong thing. I didn't want to do that. Once we are at 9:30, the labels will be pushed across to Bookmap, so I can try to keep my shit together and not miss something. A lot of moving parts here. There we go. Oh man, you guys are busy looking at too many things. So we're going, let's see, what have I done here? I'm trying to look at my stuff. Oh, maybe it's also important to point out that when I take a trade manually on Bookmap that has been identified here, this system is also going to graph and is evaluating the exact same two-lot risk-neutral package. I can change that stuff here with trailing stops and a bunch of things that we'll talk about later. I'll explain later. But now I'm trying to focus on getting ready to trade. I've got 15 minutes till the initial balance, and is a thing. And yeah, here we go. Isn't it cute? Let's see what this tab, now that I'm through jumping all around, is about this morning. Well, we're at 112% volume for this type of time of the day in the session. And our ATR is 3.75. Now, yesterday we were up in the 6s and 8s, right? That kind of volatility does not, you need to be sure you're aware of that. The stop in the risk neutral scale in my two-lot package is what? It's 3 points. This is 4 points average true range. These are all things that you need to be constantly aware of and be monitoring. Well, I gotta say one thing here that ought to be really obvious to everybody. What kind of a context do we have so far? That's almost an opening drive. I guess it really is. And absolutely a trend, right? Absolutely directional. There's no hint of rotation here any place. That starts giving me information. Let's see the best way to put that or show that. So the initial balance trades we've already discussed. I've already described are two. There is an IB continuation and an IB failure. The IB failure is a fancy name or a different name for a mean reversion trade based on the initial balance level. What is a mean reversion? That's outside in. What kind of a context would suggest a mean reversion trade? Balanced or rotational? What kind of a context would suggest an IB continuation trade, which means price comes up, takes out the IB, pulls back, no thanks, we're not done yet buying yet, and it continues on? Well, a directional day. So what am I anticipating? I'm anticipating an IBC, an IB continuation setup and trade. Would I be hard pressed to take an IBF if the signal were thrown? Yeah, I would. And that's a problem that I recognized yesterday or the day before that I need to work out with the code, with this trading system itself. I need to be sure, because it's important to me to trade with context in the, and not counter trend. I don't want to be picking tops and bottoms. So I need to evaluate during my homework period when I'm doing the real work. The real work happens away from the live market, where you establish your charting, your trading, your signals, all the things that are important to your trade and your trade plan. And during the live market, you're just there to execute the trade plan. And it's my very definite belief that you should never alter your trade plan. Oh, man. Your trade plan during the live session or your rules, right? So, but it would be pretty hard for me to manually, even if I got an IB failure signal, to take that trade, because I would think that would have a real low probability of working out, having a happy ending. And it's worth noting that the reason for the narration here is the only way I input what I'm thinking at the time is through narration. That's how it gets into the recording in the stream. The video is obviously captured. So insight as to what I'm thinking can only come from this narration. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. They are on a rip, baby. Rip torn. We got 10 minutes now till the IB statistic is in play. And man, that's one hell of an IB. What even is it now? It's 0935. Jesus Christ, it's 45 handles. We're 45 handles across this range so far. That initial balance is 45 handles. That's a lot. Of course, it's not, not several hundred handles like the NQ, but Jesus, the NQ is 24,572 to 24,940. 400 handles on the NQ. Holy crap. That's a lot. I used to trade the NQ pretty much exclusively. And one of the reasons it's volatile, scary, you have to rethink your entire trade plan, etc. But, if you took 1/4 of today's range, you got 100 points. The entire range so far on the ES is 40 points. What is the likelihood of getting more points in the NQ? The next thing is the only way I know to do that is to backtest it. And I could apply this simple setup in the blink of an eye to the NQ. That's the beautiful part about backtesting. And you can do it over a statistically significant data set in a matter of seconds. Lots of advantages. So Miran is talking. Trump will be up. He's a pretty known quantity. I don't think he's ever had any earth-shaking thing to say. It's a little, repetitive and annoying because he just keeps saying the same thing. But it doesn't, and that's up to him, but it doesn't affect the market that much. And I'll bet you he said 15 times that we should have that a rate cut in December is justified. I'll make a Starbucks bet with anybody on that one. It's pretty predictable. Quite the vote on that Epstein thing yesterday. One dissenting vote. Some guy from Louisiana. That figures. Crazy. Well, boy, look at us go, Bubba Louie. $10 minutes, 5 minutes, something like that to the IB statistic. I'm going to reload the water and stuff before the main event starts here. Well, a little less than 2 minutes for the IB now. I have to really give a moment's thought to this. Yeah, I would be really hard pressed here to manually just mechanically take a counter trend trade, even though it were signaled. Now, I'm trying to think about this really rationally. What's starting to develop here in the profile and in the volume, both volume and market profile, is a P-shaped or buying profile, which is essentially indicating short covering. So short, waffle, short covering. Well, that's not a big surprise, is it? A P shape doesn't negate the fact that I am having a real question is in my mind about counter trend or not. I mean, if there's any question in your mind what the context is so far today, and so what would a short be? Well, that would be pretty much counter context, counter trend within the daily time frame or the daily fractal. And I typically have a rule about that, or, a definite conviction about that, mentally at least. But I have yet to code that into the signal, and I'm not because I'm not really sure how to do that exactly. Maybe using an indicator or the zigzag or something. I don't know. So the reason for this conversation again is that the only way for me to get my thoughts into the stream for my virtual journal here is this narration, and I'm not sure what I will do. Oh, we're at 9:30, by the way, so the initial balance is set. Okay. Now, let me point out that it's really, really, in my opinion, where'd this go? There we go. Really important not to trade toward the statistic. Here's the IB high. It will no longer move. The IB low is 45, 50 handles below it. It's not going anyplace anymore. They are set in stone because it's past 9:30. Do not, in my opinion, trade in anticipation of the statistic, even in a day like this. Whoa, boy, we're above the VWAP, we're above the mid, we're above the POC. The POC has been migrating up. I'm going to trade for the IB high. I'm going long here. Well, yeah, it may work. But that's not the definition. The statistic, if you're trading a structured, vetted trade based on the IB statistic, it is not achieved yet. And let's say you got all excited about it right here and got long. What happened? Well, you stopped out. Just, remember, I'm talking to myself. And let me elaborate on that a little more. I believe very definitely that our subconscious mind has a tremendous amount of power and influence, and that it believes what we tell it, especially what we verbalize outside. It's listening. I'm a loser. I overtrade. I'm whatever it is. Oh, okay. So we're a loser and we overtrade. I'm going to have a problem with that. And it happens. Whether it's self-fulfilling prophecy, whether it's psychological something or another, whether, whatever, mantra. That's what I believe. So that's why I repeat stuff like that. And I do it frequently and out loud. Also, it's the only way to get it into the stream, as I said before. I believe that. So there we are. And you see, there's another one. We came up here through it. Now, remember, this is the POC. This is diddling in the middle right here. What the hell is that? Sometimes this thing falls out of the sky with shit I don't understand. All right, so here are our sessions, right? And our levels. We started plotting. We've started plotting them. The statistic is hot. What else has happened? Well, looky here. We have the continuation zones and the pullback zones. Plotted, pushed to bookmap. I don't have the levels brought into the cloud notes because I want to try to keep this uncluttered. That's why I'm pulling away from the migrating volume points of control over here. And now maybe that's a bad idea when we have such a humongous range. I don't know. Now I'm going to throw this back on here and be a doofus. I mean, I don't know what to think, And now we're up here. The only way that these would make sense so that I could keep some sense of the direction of migration is to have them numbered, which I didn't do. And I still maintain this is the way to go. Keep the entire context or session in view, and then you know exactly what the context is. And here we are, right? Here's the mean in this fractal. Boy, is that mean reversion or what? It's just balancing up here at the top. And is that a giant P? Yep. Backwards, but it is. What do I think is going to happen? I have no idea. I'm going to watch. I'm going to anticipate. And I'm going to take the signals one at a time and trade them. I'm not sure what to do if I had a short, though. I'll be honest about that. The whole purpose of the signals and trading them as mechanically as possible is to eliminate the discretion. I would never eliminate discretion from my trading insofar as moving T2 to a more obvious location, giving myself more profit, for example. Trailing my stop up after a specific targets have been hit, determined in my homework before the market starts. That kind of thing. That discretion, yeah, I don't have a problem with. Never in a gazillion years moving your stop away from your entry and not taking vetted trades is a bad thing. First of all, it ruins the statistics of your trade. It ruins your whole system. And something that's really important is to recognize you don't suddenly become more intelligent after you get in a trade. That's for sure. I can swear to that one. And boy, a lot of people, they have it all figured out why they need to be in a trade, and the minute they get in, all of a sudden they got 1,000 different reasons why they need to do something different. Consolidation. And Rod and the boys would call this a bar, which is breakout and retest. We haven't done that yet, but this is definitely a bar building or consolidation here. It's also building a fractal around this POC. This is also diddling in the middle, which has got about the worst probability of success I think there is on the planet. And why is that bad? Because this is, remember the definition of the POC, this is the price at which the most contracts have traded so far in this session. This is the price, this is retail, fair value, whatever you want to call it. This is the place most traders figure it's okay to do business. And the very split second that more contracts trade at another one of these prices, that baby is going to move there. You can bet on that. It's not magical or mysterious or in any way hard to figure out. It's just absolute numbers. How many contracts have traded at a price? The minute more contracts have traded at another price, that's where the yellow line, the POC, goes, period. See how well that would be working out if you tried to trade to the statistic? Maybe not so well. Maybe. And we got a whole lot of stuff up here. We've got the POC, we've got the RTH high, and we've got the previous Globex high up here. Oh, everybody's high. Everybody's high up here. Okay, no signal. Nobody left on third. Here's the trading system. The reason I typically don't use this tab. I typically use just the trigger tab for the stream until day before yesterday when I started testing or experimenting with having the system sent to the chart. So if we get a trade signal, this beauty is going to fire and plot right over here. So far, 2 days running, it's worked. Kind of one thing I'm having to deal with is the specificity of the way some of the rules are written by me and the way the signal markers work are, do they plot on the next bar? Do they plot intra-bar? Yesterday, the short that I took was not triggered or signaled or plotted by the system. But there was an A and there was a B, and when I saw the trigger, I went over to Bookmap and put the trade on, and when I looked back, the trigger hadn't stuck. That's something I need to watch out for. Once it starts happening with one of the big ones like the A or the B, I'll point it out. And if you have any brilliant ideas, let me know. Well, they don't even have to be brilliant. Any idea. I am all about it. And by the way, transparency and accountability, no problem, man. I have no problem sharing any of these ideas, levels, system, methodology. I don't figure that the few people that are going to be involved is going to have any impact on the edge. And if it can help somebody else, that's the whole name of the game. That's the reason I share the stream and stream it live. Well, one reason is, as I mentioned in the pre-market, is that on YouTube I can review the stream on any device, and these streams are 7 hours long. So it's handy to be able to jump around and do it from somewhere else, on the phone, in bed, whatever. And second of all, so that it could potentially help someone and Or somebody can say, hey, that's really stupid. Why are you doing that? And I go, well, you're right. I don't know. And then change, to improve for myself or for someone else. Talk about trading the micros while we're waiting here. Do I have a... This might work, I guess. It's real important to recognize the importance of risk-reward ratio if you're really trading a live account. If you're, not prop or sim or practice or something like that, it's still important because it builds rules and it builds habits. But this is a live AMP account. These are real dollars on the line. I could actually enter an order way down here and you'd see the book change. But right now I'm not real confident about doing that with the mouse. So I'm not going to, but I'm trading the micros because of the fact that this is a live account, and I want to be sure that my statistics, my back testing, this system is producing and yielding the statistics results that I have calculated already by back testing. A lot. Okay, and it is my money. So in this volatile environment with this unidentified critical risk potential hanging over our heads, I am eating my own dog food here by focusing on risk management and account preservation. What I've done here is, quickly, I guess, because we're not going to probably get a signal here in the next little while. What I've done here is created a tool for myself, and this is a scale up target tool. And here's my methodology, which I am following. I will trade micros until the risk neutral two, and it will be a risk neutral 2-lot package until the P&L in the micro is equal to or greater than 1.33 times the risk neutral 2-lot mini full stop. And I do that with ticks rather than dollars, but obviously it equates to dollars, and that's the point. So in order to do that, and here's the all-in cost for commissions, there's the mini to micro conversion, and there's my risk 2-lot 3-point on this package. So my size up target is 319 ticks micros, sorry. Here are all the trades since the 1st of November and the results and the package size and the ticks and the commission and every other damn thing. Here's the amount of ticks required to size up. Here are the number of trades based on the 2-lot package to achieve these ticks. There's the planned R factor. There's the realized R factor. There's the percent risk. And there's the run and balance. I need to make 2.4 successful trades after yesterday's stop to achieve my scale up, at which point I can trade a mini. That's the way that I think you need to approach this, as a business. Instead of just, killing snakes or throwing crap on the wall and seeing what sticks, It's not a hunch. It's not a guess. It's not anything. It's math, logic, statistics. That's the only way I know to get anywhere with this. And let me do one other thing while we're down here talking about it. Where'd it go? And I talked about vetting trades and what ifs. There you go. These are 12 back tests. Did them on the weekend. This is the basic 2-lot risk neutral package that I'm trading right here now. No trailing. This was to determine the impact or the results of various trailing, like on this one. So when we achieve T1, we trail up to break even. What did that stat? What are the numbers of that statistic, including expectancy and our profit factor and our risk reward ratio and everything else, and various different combinations of that. I will also look into this. What's going on? Some of these rules, which I've talked about, in the past, but for example, the A signal is the initial balance statistic. And the rule says that the signal bar needs, in this case of the IB high, the signal bar needs to approach from the low, and the open needs to be below the IB, and the close needs to be above the IB. Several times, several days, several instances in recent days, I've not gotten a signal because the close was, for example, right on the initial balance line or the open. Well, so what would be the impact of if instead of greater than the IB or less than the IB, I have greater than or equal to, right? The only way that I know to approach that from a proper probability point of view is to run a back test as is. Change the one variable from greater than to greater, equal to, or greater than, and then run the back test and see the effect. That's the only way to do it. And if you know a better way to do it, let me know, because it takes a hell of a lot of time. Fortunately, running these back tests takes 5 seconds. To back test 493 days, well, I put 500 days, turns out there's 493 trading days. Of this system, it's looking at 218,000 1-minute bars. It's following the system absolutely as coded with no discretion. It only takes 5 seconds to run. So it takes longer for me to think about the parameter changes than to run the system. So I would need to do a whole separate set based on those rule changes. Okay. Okay. And what's happening now? Ooh, what are we doing here, Bubba Louie? Well, we're approaching that mid, eh? There it is. What's that mean? Well, that means we've pulled back all the way to the middle of the range, so we're just damn near equidistant. This is the VWAP, and it's the RTH VWAP, volume weighted average price. Oh, no, I'm looking at the wrong screen. God, I'm sorry about that. I need to have an assistant here that puts the screens correctly. Or maybe I just need to pull up my boots and be a big boy. And what do you think of that? Blue Boy's on the job. Thanks, buddy. No question about that context. Now what are we doing? Is this a buy the dip? Don't know. will only evaluate this if and when I get a signal. I can't begin to tell you how important I think it is to approach trading as a systematic. If this and then that and then that, boom. Now you can have discretion, as I mentioned. Take my T2 to a more likely suspect, a more likely level, to let my winner run. And what I was trying to determine with the with this studies, I should say, I guess, I was trying to determine, so let my winner run is not part of this, but cut my losers short. So this is a scale up to break even. This is a risk neutral 2-lot, and once we achieve the with the T1 pushed up to 24 ticks rather than 12, but when we achieve the 12 tick level, we scale up to plus 12. So in other words, this would scale up to where T1 used to be, and then we would still have T1 above us and T2 above us. And I did run all these numbers, and that's the only way I know how to do this. I don't know to use the term scientifically, but at least following a proper probabilistic procedures. And by the way, the most successful total profit was right there. Oops, right there. And that's a 12-tick stop, a 36-tick T2, a 36-tick T1 and T2. In other words, both scale at the same 36 ticks and no trail, no move to break even, no nothing. That produced this is the mini, not the micro, over 493 days, it produced $723 trades, wins, average win, losses, average loss, scratches 2, but only a 43% win rate, a 59% loss rate, an expectancy of $163 rather than $200. Profit factor was only 6.8. However, the risk to reward was 2.83. Had 6 consecutive winners in a row and 11 consecutive losers in a row. So that's $3,300, 11 losses in a row. Now you have to be firmly aligned with your system. When you're at about 9 or 10 stops in a row, you start going, your monkey mind kicks in, and you need to be real rooted and confident in your system. That's why you need to do it yourself. Is this still within parameters? Well, yeah, it is. Over 500 trades. When I was expecting, what's my win rate? What's my loss rate? Is my expectancy holding up? How about the consistency? How about the consecutive losses? Well, I had up to 11 consecutive losses, so it's still within the parameters of my setup, of my vetted or my whatever you want to call it, my data. Tough. But I think that's what you have to do. Boo-boo. Remember when I was talking about not wanting to take a short if I got a signal? Wouldn't that have been stupid? You know what I mean? That's why you need to just have faith in the statistics that you have produced. And always reevaluate away from the live market and do as I described earlier. If I want to make a change, for example, with the A trigger, the initial balance stat, rather than higher and lower, if I want to make it lower than or equal to, higher than or equal to, I need to only change that one parameter. You can't change 2 or 3, right? That's stupid times 2. Now I think I'm going to get an alarm here pretty quick to wake my daughter up. I think it's about 10, isn't it? Yep. Okay. Yeah. There we go. Let's see now. We got things happening there. We got things happening here. Everybody's excited. I don't have mid, VWAP, POC. I have POCs over here, but I don't have all the other session prices plotting because I want this to be as clear for me to interpret as I can. Get these wider, a little bit wider maybe, huh? For the old eyes to pick them up. What happened? Am I rich yet? Okay. I'm not sure I like all this liquidity blobbering around over here. It's a little less noticeable, a little less obtrusive there. Okay, well, here we go. Remember when I said don't trade to the statistic? Wouldn't that have pissed you off? Yeah, baby. So welcome to the stream. Let me fire up the music while we're at it here. Put this over here. I keep having trouble with this, but going on. Okay. Well, Hong is busy talking. The U.S. Saudi Investment Forum. Trump speaks at Investment Forum at 11. It's really nice that Financial Juice is trying to sneak this stuff in here. At least we have a little bit of a heads up about the random risk events. That's good. That's great. I'm happy. And whoever you are, who cares? Some football owner's daughter. Who the Christ Jesus? Wars and people dying, and somebody cares what? Maybe a great person, but really, that's front page news. The news cycle nowadays is really amazing to me. Really amazing. So, look at here. We're below the mid, right? What does that mean? That means we are closer to the IB low than we are the high. And remember what the IB low is. That's the lowest tick we had so far in this RTH session. So there you go. Just in anticipation, while I'm on this screen, I'm going to take a run through the roses here. The trade control panel is active, and I have both options to trade with the mouse activated. I think I forgot to mention this in the pre-market, but you can trade with your keyboard hotkey at any point as long as you have it activated in Bookmap and have selected one or both of these trade control panel options. The thing that you have to be remember if you do that, which I used to trade with my keyboard all the time, but the focus of the computer needs to be in the application here for the keyboard hotkeys to activate, to work. In other words, if I had clicked over on IRT someplace and looked at Bookmap and saw a trade and tried to key it in, nothing would happen. I also believe, and the reason I'm trying to convert to the mouse here completely is I think it's more accurate and perhaps faster to trade with your mouse, because the way I trade, I anticipate the setup, right? That's one of the beautiful parts about a vetted trade. So back to this quickly. I have the right package. I'm on the right. I'm set up to trade. I can go back. We're ready to go. It's not a surprise. It's not hurry, scurry, and blurry or some adrenaline rush. I am anticipating the trade. It's not a big surprise to me. I can zoom in if I want to. I can be ready to act if and when I get the signal. Get the, the trigger, whatever you want to call it. And I do, obviously. So let's get Bookmap, or whatever I'm talking about here, IRT, fired up. Here's the trigger chart, or this, the backtest chart. These are the rules. The way the system works, the trading system works, is it evaluates every one of these rules. I think there's 47 or something maybe, over every 1 minute candle. And those who evaluate the true have an action or not up here. And that's how it works. Primarily use it for backtesting. I guess it would be great to have enough confidence and a system worked out well enough that I, turn this thing on to trade live and go have lunch or chase mama around the house, whatever else it is. Come back and be rich, or, be on the beach drinking a Heine and there you go. That's not the case. And I can't see myself ever really doing that. Even the algorithm guys, the algo traders, they sit right there at monitoring the thing. I remember a story that's Goldman, I think, or maybe it was Citadel, had an algo trading that went goofy. Something had a glitch or a bug or something that somebody hadn't picked up, and that thing was losing like $25 million a second until the guy could get it shut off. I mean, the numbers can be kind of daunting, right? Jaw-dropping. So here's our context. Ooh. What are we going to have now? We got our P-shaped buying profile, and now what are we going to do? And don't forget, we have still not achieved an IB statistic either way. We have a 2.3% probability that we will not achieve either the high or low IB, And we have a 31% probability that we'll take both. Means we have a 97.5 or whatever it was, percent probability that we'll take one or the other. It's the same thing every day. It's statistics. And that's determined by the statistic study looking backwards back at or evaluating over 1,622 or something day, roughly 2,000 days, trading days. You know, trading is not easy, but so many people make it a lot tougher by, you know, guessing and wishing and hunching and thinking of 1,000 different parameters, this and that. Sometimes I see guys who do pretty well, and then they'll type something in, they're looking at 37 different things in this parameter, and what if this and that and something else. I think it's, for me, I don't, you know, I guess maybe I'm just simple. I'm an old cowboy from Montana, you know. I want to keep it simple, stupid. I got the KISS principle going on here big time. And I believe in statistics and probabilities. I also believe the earth is round and, you know. That sort of thing. What is this keep doing that for? Is that the monitor that's having a short circuit, or what the hell is that? I'm not doing anything that I know of. One of the reasons, that's kind of an interesting point. One of the reasons that I had IRT set up with, you know, close and Latin and all this stuff was thinking that I would have a backup execution system. This is live, this is my money, this is a real account, okay? So I've had an issue with IRT, and another reason why I'm, you know, I will repeat again, this is simulated for only this system's trades that would be placed here and that we would visualize in this chart. It's only trading within the IRT sim system. Very definitely not my live account, because I had one issue 2 weeks ago where I went long. IRT recorded 2 shorts. When I achieved the T1, it recorded 3 shorts. You know, and I'm going, well, wait a second, that isn't it. I have the screen snaps to prove that. So that's why I'm real fixated and, you know, real clear and transparent. That's why I have this note here, to be damn sure I have the proper account selected within IRT. It still plots from Rhythmic, but there's no switch or change or no trading between one and the other. So if I lose Bookmap, for example, and I want to flatten out, the only thing I can do, what I would do, is jump immediately on Rhythmic. I also have Jigsaw, which I could, but it's not up. And I have put in a liquidation, an EOD liquidation also in Rhythmic. I mean, we do all of this stuff, but really it's your money's on the line and you lose everything. What are you going to do? NAMP has a trade desk and a bunch of stuff like that. But, and why I am doing the size up maneuver, you know, exercise, which I was describing a minute ago. Well, I don't like what that is. Okay. I see what that is. When I do the scale up that I exercise, which is right here. Micro. 2 lot for both. My premise is that I will trade micros until the P&L has achieved 1.33 times the mini 2-lot, risk neutral 2-lot scale or 2-lot trade package, full stop. And then this calculates all that stuff and tells me how many ticks to go and how many trades and all that kind of crap and win rate and all these things, these metrics, not crap, these metrics. But essentially, it's 319. So once I have achieved 319 ticks with my micros, I can then scale up and trade the mini. And I'll continue to develop the formula down here so that I can just keep entering the trades and the outcome and the results, and then the minute that would breach down to below there, I would drop right back down to the micros again. That's the only way I know to do it, boys and girls. It's the business. This is my virtual trading business. Or not virtual. This is my trading business as a statistical probability from that approach. And it's real live money, and it's my business. I need to achieve and am achieving consistent profitability. I'm not going to risk my account. Oh, that's another thing I might point out over here. Might be interesting too. You hear a lot of stuff about what percentage of your account do you risk on every trade, the R factor and all that kind of stuff. Well, I wanted to be sure about that. I'm risking 0.59%, not even 1% on these micro trades. Because I want to be damn sure that I am risk aware, not risk averse, but I realize very clearly that my objective as a trader, my primary directive as a trader, is account preservation and account compounding. There you go. We're going to take that IB low, sure as the world. Okay, oh well, let me just make sure of something here now that I'm all this talk. Oops, I don't want to do that. And there's the system. Okie dokie. These are, by the way, these are just the rules and the custom indicators that I've coded in there. And there's that note with the account deal that's right over here, which is simulated. You know, I figure it's just like the levels here for the pullback and continuation zones, which I've pushed to bookmap. The pullback, continuation, wherever the IB low went, down below us. I'm not trying to be some sort of wizard or whatever, but I want to give myself every heads up I can, right? I think that's important. I try to stay focused. That's the reason I do this stream, and just narrate so that I don't get sidetracked with, we had a VPOC migration here of the full session. VPOC, not the RTH. And something that I should point out here, this is not for myself because I do know this, but watch the mouse. You see, the minute you cross that active data line, mouse changes to a dollar sign rather than a mouse pointer. If you mistakenly click over here because you want to move a thing or I want to show you something, you've entered a resting order or a trade depending on how you clicked, whether you wanted to or not. And yes, that is the voice of experience speaking. Okay. I sometimes forget to point out here that, I mean, I know I pointed out that the narration is to get my thinking into the stream and the recording, and it's the only way I can get what I was thinking at the time aligned with the video. But something, and I spend a lot of time talking about statistics and signals and all that. Be sure you understand someone else that's listening. Thanks for stopping by the way. Like, thumbs up, send money, all that stuff. This is not a my way or the highway philosophy. This is the way I approach trading as a statistical business. Consistent profitability to support myself. It's my job. It's my business. It's very definitely not my way or the highway. And there are 1,000 different ways to approach trading. I believe very strongly that you have to approach them and vet them yourself, because the internet and YouTube is awash with BS, and I'm sure I don't need to tell anybody that. Rearview mirror, traders and gurus and whatever else. But if you have a system which is whipping and spurring or adrenaline based or whatever it is, and it's consistently profitable, good for you. Absolutely do not change. And, share it with us here in the chat. I'm all ears. This is where I have evolved what I'm doing now. If somebody shows me a better idea, I'm ready to go. So, what is this thing doing that for? I'm not liking that much. It's not making me all warm and fuzzy here. Whoa, what are we doing? Let's zoom in a little bit over here. Look at us go. Aren't we having fun? Aren't all those kids that were absolutely sure we were taking the IB high? Aren't they disappointed at this point? Go back about an hour and a half and listen to the stream where I categorically advise against trading in anticipation of the statistic. Once again, purely from experience, the voice of experience. Talking. Now we're having a problem here, kind of, or I am. As you may or may not know, I like to have the price ladder at about $1 or a point. 2 ticks or 4 ticks within each one, and I like to have Blue Boy on duty the whole time so I can see context. Well, once we get a big range going on, it's hard to do that. And the reason for my thinking here, I want to have a consistent sense of scale in my mind. When I look at this chart, do I have an understanding that this is 10 points? Right there? I don't. That looks like about 3 or 4 points to me. 1, 2, 3. See, I would be thinking this was 3 points. That's 10 handles. That puts me on my back foot as far as making some sort of determination over here. And why I also, another reason why I lean on the signals, which we've had none, by the way. There's the IB start. Boom, nothing. No IB statistic yet. No continuation or pullback. No continuation or pullback. No A, no B, no trigger. Nobody left on third. Boom. Let's go get a hot dog. Well, I'm not sure I like this a lot, but I'm pretty sure I don't. That's not a good thing there. I'm thinking it's a loose wire on my signal. Oh, my GPU's not taking a dump. Seems like it's okay, these monitors, no, you're not seeing it, but these monitors in front of me is a 4-monitor rack, 2 stand-up desks. One in front of me is there's a 4-monitor rack. The lower 2 are the trading screens. There's this one, and there's the IRT. And for some reason, this keeps blanking in and out, and I'm wondering if it's the that there's a loose wire back there. Some reason or somehow. From the signal, because it seems like whenever I thump the desk, this is blinking out. Always something. The magic of trading, huh? These two lower monitors are 32-inch 4Ks. I have an extra one, but you know, swap and crap out, and they're brand new. I mean, they're relatively new, within less than a year, I would guess. I don't remember. I mean, time and I don't. These old guys, it was October 3rd at 42. I was the winter of 42. I did this and that and something else. I don't know what I did yesterday. I mean, in terms of dates and all that stuff. I actually remember my life in 10 years periods. You know, I was in sub-Saharan Africa most of the 90s. I was, you know, in the Caribbean 70s and 80s. You know what I mean? 80s, whatever. How I do it like that. Easier for me. I guess those times and dates don't really mean a lot. Look at them go. So what do you think's going to happen? We going to take that IB low? Pretty likely, huh? Pretty likely. Let's see if we can get this up to something that means something here. Oh, thought I had that fixed and I didn't, obviously. Damn thing. So there's close to $1. Have to be real careful doing this. If I get my mouse over here, I'm in a trade again. Remember that? What I said? Serious business. I'm going to keep this like this and goddamn thing. I just want to, I got to Google this obviously after trading it. I want this piece of crap to stop doing that. There's buttons on this new mouse that change the DPI and then it'll go down to 24. It goes from 12 to 6400. And I want it to just be set at 2400. It looks like it's gone down to 1200 now. Yeah, it had. Something that may be of interest. Notice that my stream is the entire monitor. Part of the transparency and accountability, so you can see any additional software that might be open. Like two copies of Bookmap or whatever some of these guys do. Also the time in hours, minutes, and seconds, and the date. Ooh, VPOC migration lower, baby. Look at there. Oh, we're gonna fall out of bed now. We're gonna be rich. Maybe not. All right, so we're zoomed in a bit here. There is 1 point high, and we can't see blue guy. But we can certainly see the IB low, huh? So this is kind of the reverse of yesterday. We had a big dump and then a sell and tail. Reversed it now to a buy and tail. Seems like it's doing a lot of flashing and jumping around. I don't know whether there's a mouse or what the hell's going on. Maybe my graphics card knows I've been secretly thinking about an upgrade. And it's upset about that. I don't know. Well, humph, bah humbug. I like to get my business done in the morning when there's more. I don't know whether it's psychological or what. I just have a feeling that there's better. Wow. Yeah, I like RTH 1. They get my business done. more volume, you know, people are in there, they got things to do. Not so, it doesn't slow down, and then the higher time frame could start jamming stuff around and whipping up blenders full of retail soup, and you know. And I don't like to be on that menu, obviously. Well, are we rich yet? What happened here? Okie dokie. So the clock is ticking over here. The chart is charting. That's a good thing. We have no signals. Kind of hate to use that word. It's like this is not something like red and green or whatever, you know, but we've not achieved it. There are a set of sequential events which needs to happen for me to have a vetted trade. They are those events which are outlined by these rules. So, you know, I'm probably, for lack of a, hey Richard, morning. Quite the big hoop-de-doo we have in here so far. Giant run up and then, oops, out of bed we go. Boom, there you go. Look at that. 60 handles wide on the, no, 67, 66, 35. Wow, 70 handles. 70 handles wide, 80 handles wide on the IB. Micro IB. Never mind this thing down here. 300 points or something on the NASDAQ. No trades, no signals reached yet. We've gone from all the way across the range back down here to the bottom. Range is so big I've had to zoom out, or you know, get rid of Blue Boy off to the left there to get 1 point high on the and something's going on with this monitor. I don't know what, but I'm not liking that much at all. There's the range. There's the day so far. And no signals, nobody's left on third. We've got about a, there's a, 97.43% probability of the IB, which of course 31 then for both, and 2.3 or whatever it is for that we will get neither. Yeah, exactly. Well, the FOMC minutes are, we already know about that meeting. That already happened. But the NVIDIA earnings after the session, absolutely, that's going to be humongous. I won't, you know, won't be anything for me to do, but Because they conveniently do that in the down session, right? They conveniently do that after. Well, actually, maybe not. Let's see. When is that release really? Really? Come on. Boy, this mouse and I are not getting along. NVIDIA doesn't have a time yet. I think they do over here though. Yeah, 1600. Right at the cash close. They're gonna release. Convenient.
Mucha suerte con todo sin bote, un payaso sin trucos y chistes, un bufón sin las putas canciones, con tu la 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 la, la 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 la. Ese tema que me sigues, no me sigue, maná. Tanta ira no me reconocí, cuántas canciones escribo para ti, melodías que compuse ya no sirven más aquí. Ya rompí las cadenas del amor, el hechizo que pusiste en movimiento. Oye, cabrón, pase blanc, que prefiero olvidarlo.
Yeah, that they got a problem, and the new PM is shaking things up. And I saw something, but I think it was just fake. That they were going to dump the U.S. debt. That'll wake Agent Orange up.
Que tenía sobre mí.
Well, just as I was talking about being apprehensive to go short at up there on the highs, I'm having the same feeling about an IB failure down here at the lows. So in other words, I will take the trade that signals. This is a perfect example of don't anticipate, you know, trade what you see, not what you think. And we could keep this crap up all day. As Richard points out, we could just keep flopping around here like a fish on the dock until NVIDIA reports. You can bet your sweet ass they're grinding up retail right, left, and center. I know that it's, I say this every damn time, but the fact that we have a 2.3% probability of taking neither the IB high or low is a fact. And we did exactly that about 4 weeks ago on a Friday. And every time I talk about this, I say I'm going to go look that up, and then I never do. Don't remember, but it very definitely happened. Traded all day, not quite as dramatic as this. All day, and nothing happened. Didn't take either one. I've got to come up with why or not why. What kind of a setup I'm going to vet next, because I need more than one. You know, I've got basically 2 bullets in my gun here, and I need to know. I need to know some more. I need some more ammo. Not that I'm foaming at the mouth to trade, but when you have situations, damn it, and I really do not like that. That's got to be a loose wire. And you don't know what a drama it is to move this desk out. It's about a 5.5 foot long stand-up desk with a 4 monitor rack on it, and you know, keyboards and mixers and mics and yeah. Something best done after the session. If I can just not wiggle the table, we'll be all set. I think. Next time that happens, I want to see if I've still got a power on, or if it's power on or signal. I would suspect signal because I only use D ports, and they're pretty substantial and lock in. Or, you know, maybe the monitor's going to take a shit, who knows. I suppose it's warranty, I hope. I don't think it's thermal throttling. Maybe, maybe not. Right back. Okay, are we rich? Let me just check. Oh, say now, you see how good it was? Gotta listen to old grandpa here, you know. Do not trade towards the statistic. Now that's got something to do with the card, I think, because I didn't wiggle anything. That's what happened. That's how close we got to the IB. That's where we set the IB high. We never came back. Here's where we set the IB low. And we haven't got down there either. So, you know. I don't like this black screen thing very well. There's our session. This would be my typical approach, but this is a 1.5, 2.5 points high because of the range. Oh, and guess what? We're going the other way. Anybody have any suggestions about GPUs for trading? I know that there's the problem that I have with just a trading, more of a trading or a business or a CAD related GPU, as opposed to like a 4080 or 4090. Is the streaming and OBS. And now with this crazy, ridiculous crap going on for prices is, you know, what I was looking at the other day, three grand US for a, I think it was my choice would be at this point would be a NVIDIA RTX, GeForce RTX 4090. Which is I think 24 gigs of DDR5 or 6, and or a 4080 Super. Yeah, they're like $3 grand. It's a $600. You know, typically on a Black Friday thing, you could get one for under $500. This whole AI bullshit, and now the same thing's happening to RAM apparently. That bubble is going to break, and boy, when it does.
Deixa que o amor invade a porta da tua casa. Deixa que o carinho seja o beijo de uma flor. Deixa que o amor invade a porta da tua casa. Deixa que o carinho seja o beijo de uma flor. Desde pequenino que eu sei que o amor é cura, amolece a dura ingratidão. Desde pequenino que eu sei que o amor perdura, basta ter carinho e compreensão. pequenino que eu sei que o amor é cura, amolece a dura ingratidão. Desde pequenino que eu sei que o amor perdura, basta ter carinho e compreensão. Deixa que o amor invade a porta da tua casa.
Okay.
Que o carinho seja o beijo.
So we're all over the board here. We are basically rotating all around this this lower fractal. We're poking our nose down into signal territory here. That'd be pretty cool. Yeah. Answering. Just gotta. Man, that is really irritating. Oh yeah, I just clicked the table and that happened. Is that the mouse? Oh, maybe it's the freaking mouse. Might be this goddamn mouse. I just got a ping from Garrett over in Static. So, hey Boomer, so no stress when you're just patiently waiting for that one setup. And yeah, that's exactly right. And I answered him absolutely none. And that's the case. I am not stressed, no adrenaline, no monkey mind. Here I stand. Yeah, is it boring? Uh-huh. Can be, for sure. But it's trading, you know. As the old saying goes, that's why they call it work, not play. You know, it's not supposed to be. Now, do I enjoy what I'm doing, and is that important? Absolutely so. But is it an adrenaline rush, or, you know, feeding your monkey mind, or a big dopamine blast every time you turn around? No. And if you find that happening to you, with your vigilance to be continually aware of your situation and your state, then you better do something about that. You better really get yourself a trade set up which you have vetted properly, and then those things don't happen. Do I still get some adrenaline feeling and whatnot? Yeah, of course, everybody gets anticipation. It's part of our monkey mind, right? It's part of how we developed. Let me see where the monkey mind thing went, by the way. What do I mean by that even? Well, you know, no matter how you figure out we got on the planet, creation, evolution, pooped on a rock and the sun hatched us, whatever it is, I think everybody agrees we've been developing a long time as a species. And many of the things which have been passed down to us through the evolution or the development of the species, which have become wired into our psyche, were advantageous to keep us alive way back when, and to enable those certain ancestors to pass on their genes and that wiring. For example, two guys on, 1,000 years ago, two guys on the plains, and you see some grass wiggling, and one of them jumps behind a tree because he's risk adverse. The other one runs over and kicks the grass because he wants to know what's going on, risk seeking, and he ends up somebody's lunch. Well, the risk adverse guy passed down his genes, the lunch didn't. Selective adaptation, breeding, just like we do with cattle, horses, and anything else. So, those things have been baked into our wiring, and I don't believe you're ever going to get rid of them. I think it's foolish to even try. It's a waste of time. Be aware of your condition and your state of mind, always, when you're trading, and I recognize when I'm getting FOMO. I recognize when I'm getting an increased heart rate or adrenaline, or click the mouse and I get my T1 risk neutral scale. I recognize that dopamine pop, but I don't react to it. You have to be aware of them and not react to them. Sometimes I fall down, sure. That's how I believe you approach it. And if you don't agree with that, well, okay, fine. Like I said, this is my journal and I'm talking to myself, so essentially. But I think these are valid points. And this whole drama about, I don't guess I need to tell anybody in earshot of this thing. All the lip service and YouTube videos and books and courses and BS floating around about trader psychology and blah, 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 blah. I'm not saying it's not valid, but man, stop and think about how all of those people are making their living. Is Brett Steinberger making a living as a trader, or is he making a living selling books and giving psychology courses to traders? I grew up on a ranch in Montana, and we have a saying, a couple different ways to say it: either pull up your boots or, cowboy up. It's like, okay, yeah, that's FOMO, and I'm not clicking that mouse because I don't do that. I'm an adult. I think that's a big help. I think if you approach it that way, all of this huge portion of this, emotional stuff goes out the window. And if you put it in perspective to your life, to everything else in your life, I think it's very, 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 very good way to approach it. I don't do things because I'm an adult now. When I was a little kid, I used to go to the bathroom in my pants. I don't do that anymore because I'm an adult. I don't overtrade because I'm an adult. I don't chase trades because I'm an adult. I know that's wrong and I don't do it. Or a bad thing to do, has a low probability of success, and therefore I don't do it. Simple as that, in my opinion. Maybe I'm just lucky, knock wood, I don't know. So there's that, and I'm just kind of killing time here. Come on now. Will we get a trigger? Will we get a trade? Ooh, I don't know. Let's see. Oh my God, Trump's talking. Oh, never mind. So we've got a random risk event on the hoof. Alive and in our face at the moment. And if I'm not mistaken, let's do something. Let's look. Trump speaks at 11 at the investment forum, but I don't see anything about him here yet. All I see is Hong from NVIDIA. Oh, he's selling and signing and going crazy, baby. So, yeah, I would be real skeptical right now. Absolutely, and my sage advice as an old guy. Absolutely don't put on a trade without a full bracket, and if you're trading a live account, as am I, make sure it's server side. We are in a high risk now. What he could say, let me think about it. Okay, he's at the whatever the hell it's called investment forum, where everybody's telling everybody what a great job they're doing and how much gazillions of dollars we're going to make on AI. All right, so is he going to say anything? And he's had a terrible week, poll-wise and, confrontationally, and the Epstein story and blah, blah, blah. So what do I suspect? I would suspect that he would say only positive, which would, in my opinion, prompt higher ground, I guess, rather than a sell-off. That's about as random of thinking as you can possibly get, but that, you know, that's what I need to think and how I need to approach, because you know, we're approaching a possibility of a signal, so I will need to be paying attention over here. I will not use discretion and not take a trade. If I get a signal and the system throws the trade, I'll take it best I can in the live market on Bookmap. Let me point out something else to you that I hope I can get to over here. Okay, here's one point high. Now, something I want to point out is, where is it? I think I have one for it somewhere. Thought I did. I don't see it, so I'm just going to type one in. The range requirement. What do I mean by the range requirement? Well, I used to have a hard point in my trade plan, which I've made more discretionary now, and that could be a mistake. It was called my range requirement, and that said that, this is a holdover from Tom, I think, meat on the bone, he calls it. Notice these lines, these levels here. Now, none of these, well, these over here, my pullback and continuation zones, these purple boys, but look at these levels. In order for me to have a valid entry, even though it was signaled by everything else, I needed to have a range requirement which said there was a non-obstructed path to my first risk neutral scale. Meaning that from wherever I had an entry, there had to be at least 3 points before any one of these guys was in the way. Because these are all obstacles. Not that they're some, you know, psychic phenomenon, but they are they're a place where the market can react. Look what happened here. Mid, boom. Boom, boom, boom. VWAP, boom. All places that the market can react. That was the range requirement, and I'm not too sure that it's not a good idea still. It was so limiting a few months ago that I would stand here for a week or more at a time without a trade, because it didn't make, even though there was a signal and a setup and all that stuff, there was not a range requirement. Now that I have the absolute coded signal put together, or the system put together, I lean more on that and figure that those 3 rules are the place to start. I know they have an edge. I know they have an expectancy. And so I'm going to lean on the law of large numbers, which is the whole premise of a probabilistic system, and see where we get. And all of this is just, you know, speculation in anticipation, because we don't have a statistic yet. So guess what? No trade, nobody left on third, right? No harm, no foul. Well, think of all the boys and girls that got hammered all along this way. This is the opening drive going to the moon, Alice. You know, it's, yeah. Trade what you see, not what you think. And yeah, go back over to trading world here. Signal world. Oh, while we're doing that, let's look at this. That's quite the opening drive, huh? And look at where they are now. Same exact thing happened yesterday, but this direction. We sold off hard all the way down here for a big selling tail, and then pulled it up and ended up, you know, kind of a whatever you call that in the middle there. This damn market is impinging on my health and other schedules here. Typically, I launch off. I've traded in the morning. I launch off at the noon hour and get my fresh air, refresh my eyes, get about a 3-mile hike in there quickly around the neighborhood, and then back for the and some lunch, of course, and back for the afternoon. Last few days, it's been just standing here for the full session. So I'm if I pull it like yesterday, I'm on these screens in front of this thing for at least 9 hours. The stream itself is 7 hours every day, starting with the pre-market at 8 o'clock in the morning, and then set up Bookmap and the statistics, pull the statistics across and all that stuff, and then review the overnight and whatnot. Look at the reports and what's coming up, etc. And then the market opens at 8:30 Central Standard Time, and away we go until 1500. I wonder how long he's going to talk. So the BLS is coming out with all their little ideas. All the reports and the data that they missed. Busy blowing smoke up each other's ass. Ooh, the jobs report's been rescheduled for December 16th. Oh, see what they're doing? They're moving any potential bad news out of the way. That was probably part and parcel of the shutdown. That was my initial reaction is, oh, they don't want to put the reports out. Remember that 2 months ago, the non-farm payroll came out. The numbers were terrible. Trump crapped his pants and fired the head of the BLS and put in his own guy. The next month, numbers are bad. It's the last time we've had a consistent non-farm payroll to this day. Government shut down this, that, something else. Now it's scheduled, the September NFP is scheduled for tomorrow at 7:30. Let's see what happens. And let's see what happens with the initial balance. Ooh, baby, ooh, are we going to get it? Are we going to get it? Is it going to get down there? I'm not sure why one of these is looking better than the other one. Here's something that you need to be aware of, and I will point it out if it occurs, but the initial balance statistic that we talked about in the statistic study and everywhere else only says that the initial balance, high or low, will be exceeded at some point by price in the balance of the regular trading session, which means that if this price comes zooming down here and exceeds the IB low, pulls up, goes wherever the hell it wants to go, that means the statistic has been achieved. That does not mean that I will have an A signal in the trading world over here. Because of the nuance requirements that I've included in the rules, which I talked about earlier, and I will not change until I've tested them against in the backtest environment. And it's real simple. It's in order for the A signal to fire, price needs to be open above, and let's look at the IB low. It needs to be open above the IB low, close below it. The previous bar to the signal bar needs to open higher than the close. So, for example, if this bar came down here and satisfied the signal bar, it would not be an A because the previous bar is not correct. Several times in the past few days, we've had a situation where the close or the open, but typically it's been the close, is right on the IB. Equal to, not lower than. That isn't a signal. And that's what I was talking about earlier. Now, do I need to change that? I don't know, maybe. But the only way I can go about changing it is away from the live market, run a back test with the standard system, change that specific rule to equal than or greater to, equal than or less than, equal to or less than, and then run the back test. Is it better or worse over the same period of time? That's all I know to do. But it is the only way to do it, logically and systematically, and only change one thing at a time, of course. It's the only way to do it. Otherwise, you're just guessing. Here's a surprising statistic for you. We all know a coin flip is 50-50. And we all know that if you flip a coin 10 times, you may not have 5 heads and 5 tails because that's random distribution or variance. Okay? Even taking that into consideration, if you trade based on a coin flip that is 50-50 over enough samples, you will be a better trader than 95% of the retail traders that try this business, because they have no methodology. They strictly go on seat of their pants, hump, guess, chase, FOMO, whatever it is. And I forgot to mention, you need to follow precise and accurate risk management rules with your coin flip, which they definitely do not do. Double down, move the stop away, all that kind of stuff. It's proven statistically. There's, stats and studies out there. You can go look them up for yourself. Yeah. Just throw all your crap out the window, flip a coin, and take a trade. And and manage that trade. 1-to-1 risk-reward ratio. You'll do better than 95%. You'll have a better better record. Funny, isn't it? Oh, we got the IB stat. Look at there. We got the IB stat at the top. So we've taken the IB statistic according to... Now this is kind of weird because I've got it on Bookmap. Oh, and now we have an A so far. Here's what I'm talking about. You see the A? Now we don't have, because it's above the IB low. So, for example, in my scenario about, well, the close there, maybe you just put the low. In this case, let's say we're going to get the A signal now. I would suppose, I hope. Nope. This is ticklish, huh? Ooh, tickle my funny bone, baby. Do that bone tickling. Come on, get an A, then let's get a B, and then let's get a trigger, and then let's get some money in the damn bank. Let's go, let's rodeo. What's the deal there? Man, they can't do it. Now, I would hope they could get a close down there. Look, what do you suppose has happened to our ATR right now? It's in the toilet, I'm guessing. Damn, there's one of those equal things, right? There's an A. Now we could get a situation where we get an A and a B. There's the B's continuation zone. I prefer to just get them one after the other, because I think that is easier for the old guy to figure out.
Hey, the IB low is taken.
Now we haven't closed, and that'll get, we haven't closed down there yet. The candle.
Hey, the IB low is taken.
Okay, now we have an A and a B. If we get a trigger, which is into the trigger zone, I'll go
Hey, the IB
short
low is
on Bookmap. What do I need to be here? What's our IB? 35.75. I need to be about 35, and I'm not going to get anywhere from the looks of the way this market has fallen. There's the previous close. There's that 70% probability. Isn't that cute? Damn it. What we needed to have happen here was this high. It needed to get up to the trigger zone, and then we'd be over the moon, baby. And I can feel the adrenaline right now. I want to get the I want to trade. This would be fun. Okay. Am I going crazy and chasing and throwing my rules out the window? Shit, no. Hell no. You bet not. I'm not a nutcase. I'm a cowboy. Where am I? Welcome, Ron. Yeah, smack the thumbs up. So what I'm about is I trade, well, you're not looking at it, so that's probably confusing for you. I trade with Bookmap and execute with Bookmap. And this is IRT. There's my typical setup. It's essentially volume profile and statistics and price levels. And on this, I only trade vetted setups, which I have vetted myself with this backtesting. I write the rules and I backtest. And it's disappointing that I can't be in this trade because I don't have a trigger. What I'm doing at the moment is this tab, this trading system is active on this chart now, only on simulated within IRT to test the system. Bookmap and the place where I will place a live trade when I get a signal on the other side. This is live AMP fully funded account. That's how I'm doing it. So yeah, welcome. Any feedback? Gex levels? Do you mean hex levels? I think, right? Maybe wasn't that an IRT or what's his name? Murad Askar, FT71, there you go. No, what a shame, huh? Didn't get the signal right here. We needed this bar, right here. Where'd it go? This bar right here to trade up and get the signal. Get the trigger for the short. No happening. Just FYI, Ron, the stream is from 8 o'clock in the morning Central Standard Time. All my charts are Central Standard. And it is, I start at 8 o'clock in the morning every trading day with a pre-market and assign the statistics and go through the reports and the statistic from the statistic study based on the price, the session price levels for the open type. You see here, we just came down and took the low and all the others that we've already achieved in the day. And then, then it's live until the cash close at 1500. That's how it goes. It's my virtual trading journal. Everything you see on the charts is obviously what I'm looking at, and my voiceover here or narration provides insight as to what I was thinking, and that's how I capture that into the stream and my journal. And that's That's the point, not for, all the usual disclaimers. I'm not licensed to anything. And your results will be definitely based on how you interpret and execute. And, yeah. There you have it. Double bottom and a winger. So buying. Ooh, we're going to get a trigger up here before too long. Well, according to my book map, we have a trigger, but not over there yet. I'm going to go short. Book map. Okay, am I there? Yeah, short book map. What happened? I think my mouse is doing all... Oh, this is not good. Wow. And stopped already. Wow, that was quick. I didn't even get a chance to think about it. My IRT took a dump. Wow, that didn't work out like I had it planned. I didn't even get a chance to key them in there. Let's see here, T1 minus, and then that has to be a function of the great one. Wow, that didn't work like I had it planned. Wow. So Trump said something happened in that meeting, obviously. And that's really major annoying. And IRT died on me at the exact moment. Well, that's terrible. That is a major sucks there. It is indicative of outside in, and I'm real anxious to see if there was actually a trigger. I'm not even seeing the IB here. I think data is all crazy. Oh, there we go. Okay. Gonna go, wait a minute, what the hell's going on? Yeah, I'll be anxious to see if I had a trigger here as I expected I would. And it went straight to a stop, and up the door, up she went. So there you go. It happens, right? Well, that's a bummer. Stop yesterday, stop today. I'm going the wrong damn way here. What's the deal? Glockenspiel. Okay, what happened now? Yeah, okay, there was a trigger right there. So there was a trigger. The system took a trade, and there's the stop. And these are the profit targets. Okay, cool. So what I'm doing here for anybody, Ron or whoever is new or whatever, this is only working within the simulated IRT environment, not affecting my live trading account at all, but it's testing that these signals are firing as expected over here. Before I attach the signals to the chart for several weeks, I've been doing this manually. Are these signals happening where and when I expect them to? Then I got a little braver here, and I worked out that it was not going to be a big problem if I send the signals to the chart and have it actually plot them. Now we're getting a dump the other direction here. Son of a gun, look at this happening. Look at this thing go. I think that this is random risk in action. This is Mr. Microphone. Agent Orange on the microphone, baby. Sucks. That sucks. That sucks. Exactly the big one. Oh, hell, I didn't even put my stop. What's going on now? Okay. Wow, I'm trying to get all organized here now. Yeah, so I don't know about any of this now. I'm not going to get excited about any of this. What this stuff is, what it's signaling now is an A. There are two ways it can go, right? There's an A, can have an A mean reversion or IB failure, which is a mean reversion, or a continuation. And the continuation didn't last a second. As I would not expect it to, basically, with this day that we're having and the fact that, Agent Orange is on the microphone, but I have a commitment to myself and the stream and my system that when a signal triggers, I take it. And there was an A and B, and there was a short signal, and I took it. And there's a stop, and there you go. It's not a slam dunk. It is a long haul business of probabilities, relying on the law of large numbers. Now it's crazy town. Now it's crazy town up here, in my opinion. With my risk reward or my R factor now, all I need is I can, that's a beautiful part about that is I have an R factor of 2.25 to 1. In other words, for every one R or risk unit that I put on, I have my expectancy on these trades is 2.5 or 2.25 to times that. So yesterday was a stop. Today is a stop. I take one winning trade, made up for both of those stops, and I'm ahead. That's how you compound the account, as opposed to 1-to-1 or even dumber upside down. Yeah, great, Rod. Well, the tools and the systems are, this first one here that you see on the screen is Bookmap. And this one is IRT, investor.com, right there, Investor RT by Linsoft. They're the software programs that I use. This 4-screen tab is the same for the micros as it is the minis. And this is a Renko chart. You can look at the top of the charts and see everything there is to know about it. This is a micro ES, 12-tick Renko, day session, 8:30 to 1600. That's what this is. These are the session prices. This is a VWAP, migrating or developing volume point of control, the point of control. The green lines here are the initial balance, which talk about the simplest way to do it is join the pre-market if you can around 8 in the morning, because I go through all of this stuff and the setup for each and how I determine the open type and where I get these statistics You know, how I determine them from the statistic study, which it's all real simple. First of all, you need to understand that everything I do here is real simple. You'll notice there's no indicators on my charts or my book map. It's based on price data, probabilities, and or statistics, and that's it. And I'm completely transparent about it, so you'll have no problem getting up to speed quickly. I'm pretty sure. And then if you decide that you want to get like IRT and learn how to do all, get involved in that or Bookmap, all of the session prices here in Bookmap, I push automatically starting at 1700 every Sunday evening through 1600 Friday night, and share them freely with anybody that can use them. Be happy to share them with you. You get a link, a URL link from Google. I push them up to Google. The ones that are shared, these are internal, of course. And then you can paste that link in your IRT cloud, in your Bookmap cloud notes, or in this indicator over here, or in whatever program you end up using. And you can have all the session prices. Every morning we go through determining the statistics for the day, how I get these columns and what they mean, straightforward. And if you do IRT, every one of these charts has it's called a chart definition, and I'm happy to share that with you, no problem. Them, whichever one. And the way this is the mini, the NASDAQ, the micro composite chart, which is nothing magic. It's just a RTH session only, daily candlesticks. And wherever price overlaps, I pull a volume profile around them, which generates a micro composite volume point of control, and high and low volume nodes, which these red and green lines push to Bookmap. And they're right into this column. And I'm sure there's some around here somewhere. There you go. And then the session prices from IRT here push to Bookmap also, as I mentioned, and they're right here. And last but not least, this is the market profile chart. Boom. Wasn't that easy? Now you know everything I know. There you go. So let's get back to seeing what's happening in Wally World over here. Well, Mr. Stop over here. I'm not liking you, Mr. Stop. Where's all that fun? Where's all that dopamine and adrenaline I was supposed to get? A big bag of nothing, man. And that was one quick deal there. And IRT took a dump and signed off, and I got stopped out before I knew, come here from Sikkim, man, I'll tell you. Right there, bing, bang, boom. And was that a low probability trade? Yes, it certainly was, because we were at an outside edge of a pretty much rotational, what's turning into being a rotational day. So not a surprise at all, but I had a signal, and the only way you can do that is to do that. Now, these are 5 points high here, right? So there's 5 handles between each one of these. I don't think that's a very good thing to do for me. I prefer a 1, but I don't think we can get there. There you go. Now there's 4 ticks between each one of these increments, and these are 1 point price levels. Ha! That thing didn't even sneeze at any positive excursion, did it? It just went bang, boom, and up we went. Hey, it's the coin flip. Remember that the outcome of the next trade is 50-50. Price can only go up or down. It can't move sideways. It can't stop. It's a coin flip. It's a binary event. time puts the horizontal movement on it. That's all there's to it. The sooner you come to peace with the fact that it's a random market and the outcome of the next trade is 50-50, the more important it becomes to figure out a statistical edge or expectancy for a setup and rely on the large numbers to manifest that expectancy to your account and therefore compound the account. And I guess it's as good a time as any to talk about that because we're about to noon. So, yeah, I mean, I got started there for a minute before I put the chapter marker in, but trading as a business, a statistical business, not a video game or gambling, is the only way I think to be, the way I plan and the way I approach it to be consistently profitable and successful. And the only way to do that is you identify a pattern of some sort. In my case, I've chosen the initial balance trades because they're identified and they're well known. I coded up exactly the rules as I saw them. And those rules are reflected by these are just indicators on this chart, but they're here for a reason for me to see if things happen when and where I expect them to based on the rules. Then you backtest and you find out if this setup that you've come up with has a positive expectancy or not. If it does, then you take every instance of that presents itself in the live market. Remember, you do all this testing, all the work of trading is done away from the market. During the live market, your job is to just follow the plan without deviation or discretion, pretty much. And that's not just some epiphany I had, by the way. That is the understood methodology from the best, most successful hedge fund and traders in the world. Hedge fund managers and traders in the world. Paul Tudor Jones, Dalio, Thorpe, Tom the Trader, Tom Sosnoff, Richard Simmons at Renaissance Technology, Jim Simmons. And in addition to that, from a trading point of view, it's the business model of the gaming industry from the point of view of a casino. So essentially, become the casino. That's what I am. I take no trade. They play no game which they have not pre-vetted to have a statistical edge or an expectancy with specific rules. On the casino floor, they play that game. They have one mission in life, and that's to play that game as many times as they can in 24 hours, allowing the law of large numbers to manifest the expectancy to their bank account. Just that simple. They know they'll have winners, strings of winners in a row. We know that we'll have strings of stops in a row. But if your setup that you have defined over here has a statistical edge and an expectancy, you can expect to have that manifest itself via the law of large numbers to your bottom line. That's it. You don't, there you go. There's a golden rule. Or the golden, the Holy Grail, I should say. And it's important to know that this is not just some thing some old cowboy from Montana cooked up. I'm just following along in the footsteps of the great ones. Not that casinos or gambling houses are great, but they figured out the probabilities long ago. And the law of large numbers, and that's it. So on this system, when I backtest this system, I can identify how many days I want, and typically I do 500. When I hit the backtest button, the computer runs through every one of these rules, evaluates every rule over every 1 minute bar for however many days back I have selected. When I select 500 days back, it trades there's 493 trading days, and it's about 281,000 1-minute candles. And it comes up with an edge. Here's a quick peek for how that works, how I review them. These are back tests, 493 days. 218,000, bars. The ES, not the micro. That back test takes 5 seconds for the computer to run. Here is the typical risk-neutral methodology that I use, where I have a 12-tick stop, risk-neutral scale at positive 12 ticks, and a runner at 48. No trail, no anything, 2 lots. And there are the statistics for it. Here are variations. Here's a variation where it reaches T1, trail the stop up to break even. There's the statistics for it. That's how you do it. I know that on this T1, I know that on my basic risk neutral configuration, over 500 days, I took 715 trades, that many winners. Average win, that many losses, average loss, so many scratches, 52% win rate. Expectancy is $206, profit factor is 1.6, and my R value or risk to reward is 1 to 2.23. I took 9 consecutive winners in a row, most importantly, 7 consecutive losers in a row. Random distribution. Why your sample size needs to be large enough to be outside or away from random distribution or variance. And then there's the rest. Just math, man. It's not, or statistics, I should say, I guess. It's not any kind of magic, secret, thing. Okay, Ron, when I talk about the risk neutral scale, I'm talking about this is a multi-bracket. This is a risk neutral methodology. The package size needs to be in even numbers of contracts. There's the size. That's the minimum, too. You establish a stop loss for the entire package. And the first criteria that you need to look at is your account risk parameters. And then volatility, what instrument are you trading, on and on. And this all needs to be done away from the live market so you're ready when the market opens. The first risk neutral scale is for half of the package at the same positive ticks as the stop loss is negative. The minute this is achieved, the trade is risk neutral. The worst you can possibly do is scratch. Unless you're a moron and you move your stop away from entry. And then you've got a bigger problem. You've got a lot of other big problems. And then there's the runner. That's your profit. You can do multiple contracts. Here's 4 lots. You can do 4 lots in high volatility. You can set these up however you want them. You just click the plus and away you go. And do it for whatever, but that's how the methodology works. It's essentially half of your package size is taken off with the risk neutral scale at the same number of ticks positively as the stop is negative. And then whatever you've got for runners is your profit. There you go. Now you know all I know. Oh, yeah, now they're not. Now they're going to do just what I expected, but unfortunately didn't get the right signal for, and that is mean revert back to the center, rotate back. Would have been nice to have gotten a signal down here someplace. No, I don't think, yeah, I had a signal down here someplace to go long, huh? But no cigar. That would have required a whole other thing. So, hey, let's stop. Oop. Nope. The signals that I trade are exactly what I described here. The three signals. And that's for this trade. And this is the only vetted trade. These are the vetted trades. And this is all I trade. If the market gets away from here, as it has, and sometimes I get no signals in a day, there's no trade. There you go. There you go. And right now, in my journal in Static, I have a 50. The win rate is meaningless, right? Everybody knows that. I hope you do. Win rate is only meaningful at all when you take it into consideration and use it within the expectancy formula. Just FYI, but I've got an expectancy over here, according to Rod, of 1575 and a profit factor of 2.51. Average winner of 4871 ticks. I'm talking ticks here, and an average loser of 22 ticks. And a win rate of 53.5 and a loss rate of 13. In November, in my Static journal. And this is, again, this is live AMP, real money, dollars, funded by me. And this is, and this is the trading signals only operating within the simulated system of IRT, but properly plotting here. So here's the entry. There would be T1, or there would be T1 and T2, and, you know, didn't happen. Got stopped, what can I say? Got stopped, and got stopped. Toot sweet, huh? Boom, bang, crash. Hell, I couldn't even barely, I couldn't get my hotkey in for the signal, for the trade entry, and I was already stopped out. That's what you call being on the wrong side of the goddamn deal there. Being on the wrong side of the fence, that's for sure. And probably going to get nothing out of this now. The way it's trading up here now, I will likely... I'll probably eat my own dog food here about the most valuable. I don't know if I put that in there yet or not, but anyway, let me find it down here. Something that's important here while we're just kind of doing nothing. The most critical piece of equipment you've got in your trading office is sitting on your side of the monitor. And you need to recognize that. Think of all of the time and money we all go through picking out monitors and setting up this rig and my trade rig and blah, 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 blah. Software and setups and indicators and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And the most important tool you've got is your eyes take in and process the data in your brain, and upon which you exercise or you make financial decisions for yourself and your family, and so few traders take care of themselves. Make sure you're properly rested. Make sure you're properly hydrated. Make sure you proper nutrition. Don't be on tilt, Don't go out and get hammered, come home and get in a fight with your significant other and expect to get up in 2 hours and trade. Probably not going to work out very well for you. We sit here staring at the screens for hours at a time. What does that mean? The short focus muscles of our eyes are in continual tension for hours. Terrible for you. And not to mention the blue light and the screens and all that. Just clench your fists up as hard as you can and keep them that way for 2 hours and see how you feel. At some point in the day, at least once, get outside, go for a walk, get some fresh air, get some natural light, focus down the horizon. Let your eyes get back to normal and, adjust to a more normal state. If you're fortunate enough to have enough space in your trading office, I do. I have 2 stand-up desks here and an L, but I can just step back and I can still watch the screens and do squats or curls because I got some dumbbells. I got a chin-up bar in the door over there. You got to do something to balance yourself, work-life balance, and most importantly, your health. We're in a highly competitive professional environment here, and I choose intentionally not to call it a sport because I don't like to think of trading as a sport. It's a business. We're in a highly competitive environment. You need to be firing on all cylinders, in my opinion. Oh, we got the bond auction here. Okay, so 12:05, Trump ended his remarks. Well, thank you, pencil necks. Agent Orange got me, Richard. I should have not been so rigid in my following the signals and yielded to my don't trade in a high risk environment. I should never trade when Trump's talking. I think that's going to be a rule in my book. It's just too goofy. Not that there's any, too much potential for him to say something random that'll going to jump the market one way or the other. Just like that tweet the other day that dumped the market 229 handles. A tweet on whatever his social thing is at 10 o'clock in the morning, and nothing ever happened about it except it dumped the market 229 handles. Boop. That's serious in my opinion. So I should say it's my own problem, my own fault. Yeah, I'm trying to be, steadfast in taking, eating my own dog food, taking the signals as they're presented. But I need to start looking into, conditional filters. For example, Trump talking, or someone potential risk, news or political or news risk that's scheduled. Like I would never be in a trade for non-farm payroll, for example. The same idea. I'm thinking about the conditional filter around the context. So, but again, these are all things that I'll work on in my, evenings, off time, weekend, and thoroughly test with the backtest engine before I implement them in the live environment. Now, something like potential, risk, not putting on any trade when there's a potential risk, Trump speaking or something like that. I can do that tomorrow. I can do that now. Should have done that an hour ago. But as far as the context goes, that's going to require some thinking. And on the other side of the coin, the backtesting, there's no way that I know of with IRT anyway, there's no way I know of to code in the report calendar. You know what I mean? Because it changes daily. How do you know? That would be a tough one. So I'm just thinking out loud here. Remember, it's my trading journal, and basically when I'm talking to myself. And if it's helpful to listen and watch over my shoulder, that's great. One live trade today, or a full stop before I can say don't. Yeah, there you go. Now I may eat my dog food and get out and get a couple of 3 miles in quickly with some fresh air. I don't like the noon hour to trade, frankly. Never have. I divide the day. Actually, Rod came up with it. You divide the RTH session into 3, and we refer to them as RTH 1, 2, and 3. Much prefer to get my business done in RTH 1. I'm not real crazy about 2 or 3, but it is what it is. I'm also conflicted because I've got a commitment to physically take in Bookmap with dollars with my live account the signals that present on the backtest story over here. Okay. What the hell are we doing here now, boys and girls? I shorted. If I'd have been a little bit more, a little slower on the draw, I'd have been shorting the hole. Pretty close. I mean, when you look at it, short right in here, right with the signal. But hey, that setup has a 53% win rate and a 100 and something expectancy, and there you go. I'm going to take it whenever it presents itself. That's how you do it, I believe. If somebody can show me something different, great. And or if your system works consistently profitable over a long sample size for you, absolutely don't change. Don't do anything different. This is not my way or the highway. And I got nothing's going to happen now. Okay. Long way for, we're approaching mid, so we're damn near halfway between the IBs, and the IBs are 35 to 09. Wow. 80 handles. Is that right? Yeah, it is 80 handles. So, yeah. How fun. So I'm going to I missed it yesterday because these guys kept droning on, and I'm going to take my own advice. I'll join up on the phone and keep an eye on things here. In thinking about your idea or your question, Ron, about where pick up on the tools and stuff, maybe what I need to do is make some short videos that I just push up into the channel, explaining how the statistics are done and how the system works and that kind of thing. That might be a good idea. Rather than on the fly here every day. And with that, this old cowboy's gonna hit the trail. Be back directly. Cut that walk short. He's coming out to have a chat with these boys here that they're just encroaching on my beauty walk here every day. Yeah. Well, that was about talk about fast. Oh man, I am sick of this. Talk about faster than a cat can cover crap right there. I'll tell you. Look at that. That got stopped before I could get it entered in the hotkey. I'm not sure what this is flickering and dancing about, but I'm pretty sure I don't like it. Who knows? Well, what are these? Okay, who's up to here? Nothing. Times 2. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, I always forget to mention the stream is in 1440p high def. So if it's kind of foggy on your, or you know, fuzzy on your phone or wherever, hit the gear button on YouTube. I never remember that until I'm out looking at my phone, you know, like a minute ago. And don't lose sight of the fact that NVIDIA is reporting earnings at 1600 right at the close. We could very well just continue this retail soup here and just chop them up until then. So this is my size up calculator based on trades. Should be obvious. This says how many ticks are required to size up, and the trades, how many trades, win or loss, planned, realized, risk, percent, and R factor. Plan, R factor plan, there you go. I need to probably put in an R factor achieved, I guess. This is just something I started messing with the day before yesterday. I want to methodically and systematically determine when it is within my risk parameters and my risk management criteria to size up from these micros to the minis, back to the minis. That's the whole idea, boys and girls. I need to figure out a way to filter for volatile situations like a big V reversal. That's unlikely news driven. Maybe the thing to do is maybe the thing to do is, I'll bet it's at least, yeah. So this is the average true range, and it's 4.5, 4.25 points in a 1 minute bar. I wonder if that could be factored in somehow. Need to think about, these are things, I'm just kicking around ideas that I'll think about away from the live market and, you know, when I'm doing my homework, but while I'm standing here watching, doesn't hurt to think, right? Doesn't hurt to think. By golly. Well, now are they gonna snag me again down here, those devils? Obviously, until I have an alternate plan here, an alternate statistic worked out or strategy, the vetted trade is going to be the vetted trade, just as it is here on the test bench over here, the test tab. If it fires, I'll be on it. Like a dog on a bone over here. Well, there's something happened there. I don't know what happened, but that was pretty quick. Getting all kinds of weird stuff here, not getting any signals. I don't know why. There's an A. If it holds. Maybe not. And then we're going to need a B, and then we're going to need to get the hell out of Dodge down here. Another one, just exactly like before. That doesn't make me all warm and fuzzy here, by the way. It's the same freaking thing that happened last time. The same freaking thing that happened last time. Doesn't look right. Well, put one on at the IB, but it doesn't seem like I'm not getting the same signals over here on the chart, the signal chart, as I am on the this thing. I don't have a trigger on my trade signals. Oh, I see why I don't. Yes, I'm looking at the wrong frickin'. This green thing has got to go. These targets have got to go. I was thinking that was the IB. And looking at this signal, looking at this as a short signal, and it is not. So that's, see if I can get rid of that. Let's see if I can get rid of those quickly. There we go. There we go. I can safely say that if I get a signal here, I'm not going to be very excited about it because it looks to me like they're stalling out down on the bottom end again. What I need is about another tick over here, which I'm not going to get anytime soon, I don't think. 75, this needs to be 64 or 65, 75.
Hey, the IB low is taken.
Pretty annoying, huh? Pretty darned annoying. Okay, I'll checklist it in here, I guess. I don't like the looks of this double bottom, and it's not my job to like the looks of. It's my job to, if I get a signal, take it. But I don't like the looks of the price action over here very much.
Hey, the IB low is taken.
Liable to get a trigger now, though. Why isn't that a trigger? It will be a trigger. But that's the same thing that happened to me before, huh? Do we remember that? I remember that. No signal. Oh, yes, I know why. The signal is to be within 1 point in the signal zone, and it is not. Now, had I taken the trade up here when I was going to, it would be scaled, but it would not be a valid trade. My goodness, look at that. I think that's what happened to me the last time. Okay, well, would have been nice to have been in that. Been nice to have been in it now, eh? These are the minutia of the signals. So the trigger is with plus or minus 1 point of the IB. This is greater than that, and therefore not a signal. If I get one now, it will be a signal. So yeah, I don't know how the hell to do that, to be honest with you. Well, there should be a signal, but only after the close. Damn it. Damn it, Janet. That's irritating. And it'll be a signal if the bar closes here now. That's the problem. I've got to change that signal from bar close to something. No, not again. Huh. I got no idea. Well, I do know what it's got to do with the progression of the bars. The bars need to trade up to the signal, not down to the signal. It's that predecessor bar story again, which is important, I think. Now if we close and then trade up one more for the signal, that would be valid. It's crazy, huh? And I did the rule. Okay, now if we trade up now and get a signal, it would be a valid signal because the bars are trading in the direction of the signal from the trigger. I think. Now, let's see if we get it. So we're on one, but we didn't catch it. We didn't catch an entry. Signal's waiting there, but we didn't catch the entry yet. Okay, are we gonna or are we not? You better love me now or love me not. There we go. There's two. Now let's see what the heck happens. Can we get a scale? Or are we going to get stopped once again and then be all disappointed with life in the fast lane? And the signal and the session, I mean the trade system took the signal also, so that's a really good thing. Now let's see if we catch our scale. All right, risk neutral scale. E2. Now, what are we going to do? Well, we're in a pretty good spot. We're down here just a couple of ticks above the high. Low. The high. Football. I need to lay down. What do we got below us? Anything? Ooh, the overnight lows down here. Well, if we start getting some traction towards the downside, I will, I'll move my stop. I'll first move my target and then I'll start trailing up. That'll be my trade management plan to get as much as I can. And doesn't mean we're going to get anything but a stop, but I can tell you right now that with the risk neutral scale in, I got the helmet on, the feet up, I got the music cranking, you know, here we go. That pop noise you hear is a pop top now. Yeah, so now I have to really think about this. I may put that stop down there ahead of the overnight low and start scaling up, but only after we get within below this value area low and whatever the hell that is. Oh, the previous close. That may not be the easiest maneuver. So you see we have the plot here. Here we have the trade drawing out. There's the T1. Oh, it's really cool. I love it when this happens. Now I'd like it for this trade to get down there and do something. What could I do here? Well, if I wanted to get real paranoid, I could scale it. I could trail up to here and I would be scratch on the day. And that's not the way to go. The way to go is to get that thing down below close, if we're going to fall out of bed and get somewhere. I have no clue whether that's going to happen or not. I'd be happy to get down to my target, actually. Be even happier to get more than my target. Because don't see with this, the scale is deceptive. From the T2 target to just above our overnight lows, another 10 handles. Not saying it's going to go there, but you know what I mean. There's got to be some fuel living down here. And you could start kidding yourself into a lot of things like, you know, trailing up behind the last swing high and a lot of different project management things that I think I was demonstrating in that backtest table. Different ways to look at that. Now is not the time to be doing that. We got 215 down at 26. There's that overnight low. Remember, that's a 70% probability. Isn't that interesting? I don't mean overnight low. I mean previous close. I'm sorry. Previous close. And we have no idea what'll happen. Approaching the power. Oh no, we've still got 20 minutes. Never mind.
Low is taken.
Yeah, liquidity that jammed up down there just ahead of the previous close around 28.29. This stuff right here. That's I'm always confused what to think of it. Is that the lid on the pot, or the, you know, putting a floor under it, or is that acting like a target? What I'd like to see happen is them to just jump off and skedaddle on out of the way there and break down through it, and away we go. And that's the value area low also, isn't it? Yeah, it is, but it doesn't look like it is on my side. Oh, that's the previous value area low from yesterday, the football. Not the developing value area low is right here. And the value area low is yesterday. I could be, you know, trailing up to break even. I mean, up to the entry. I would have been taken out right there, undoubtedly. May go up and take us out now. You never know. That is something you'll never know. Now is when I need a Trump dump. Where is that orange devil when I need him? Come on. I got some little girls over here. Come on. That's not funny to joke about. That is talk about a basket of snakes. Wow. I can tell you that if any of us would have got involved in anything like that, you'd never see the light of day again, probably. So the discretionary bits that I could add onto this trade would be my scale and replacing or moving my target
Taken.
further into the money. In other words, down here, ahead of, say, the overnight low. Probably not so bad off right where it's at, to be honest about it. And we may not get anywhere. They may just flash around here until 2 and then, you know, run it up the other direction. Who in the heck knows? I don't know. I don't know anybody who does know. What would I think was going to happen? So there's a lot of crazy reports and stuff going on. Be sure you're aware of all of that. Like tomorrow, it's supposed to be non-farm payroll at 7:30. That ought to be interesting to see what happens from September. And NVIDIA's after they close here. Well, I'm going to go fill up my tea bucket and keep my fingers crossed. My thinking is that if they can pop through that level, they're going to get some fuel down there. Whether they'll have enough fuel to carry on to the overnight low, got no idea. Whether they're going to have enough fuel to get through that value area low in the previous close or not, I have no idea. So, there you go. Wouldn't it be fun to really know who or what is driving this thing? I mean, a lot of this has to do with hedging. A lot of the futures market, options hedging, and I don't know. I know enough about options to know I barely know how to spell the word. Let's see, what are we going to do? Well, it's a long way before we get any kind of VPOC migration. Now that's some buying that isn't really getting too far. I'd like to see some selling that gets a long ways. I don't see any stops or anything. What's going on with that? Well, pretty darn weird. Why? I'm not sure. I have no clue, of course, why the price action is doing this, but it is around the IB like that. They say, I have no idea, that the IB movements outside the initial balance are typically pushed, instigated by a higher time frame, and there's the stop. So scratch. So I'm a scratch and a full stop. So I'm still down one. Well, that's annoying. Yeah, what are you going to do? I don't know. I don't have any signal now. Have to see what happened again. And this is the part that I really struggle with. I still have an A signal on. But now I don't have a B. So there you go. Back to the open, by the way. Okay, should I have taken them off? Yeah, I mean, in hindsight, boy, that room mirror's clear as a bell, isn't it? Wouldn't it have been a great idea to clear it out right there? But guess what? I didn't. And I will not, because that's not that's not the game plan. What we're doing here is mean reversion. And there's the mean right there. Outside in. Earlier, outside in. Now, had you taken, where is that? Had you taken this trade anywhere along here, I don't have a signal for that, but if you did that, you could have an asymmetrical trade, right? So you get long down in here somewhere, like, so you miss that one, catch this one, and your stop's right under the value where you low. What, one or two ticks? 3 ticks? You know you're wrong right there. And this is the asymmetrical reward going that way, which would be nice. I don't have any setup for that, but that's how a mean reversion trade works. That's the theory behind the setup. It's mean reversion is the outside in. And you can do them, the closer they get to outside, quote unquote, you can do those trades with real skewed asymmetrical relationship in your favor. What's all this now? Look at this buying. Okay. There you are. Let's see what's going on over here now. Damn it. That didn't help me much. Yeah, well, there you are. So that's the scale up. I've gone through all of that enough. I don't think I need to do that anymore. Who knows? Well, the earnings call is the next biggie. 1520. Really? This is saying report at 1520 and the call at 1600. Well, either way, I won't be in the market, but, you know, there you go. Good for you if you are. And there's the plotted trade. So that's pretty sweet that this is working out. I mean, that it's working. I could point out something in case you didn't notice it. This indicator that's plotting this on here is coded up by Chad Payne a long time ago. It only deals with one target. Now, it recognizes T1, and had I achieved it, it would have recognized T2 somewhere over here. And here's the entry. But as far as the calculations go, it only does the calculation on one of the contracts. So it says minus 12 over here ticks, but in reality it's a scratch because we got positive 12 here, minus 12 here. It doesn't, and I don't know how to get into the back end to calculate that. And if there's a double target winner, T1, T2, this will only say 48, which is the profit achieved by T2. Doesn't add the extra 12 in from T1. A little side note there. Well, I should have taken that off and been even for the day, I guess. I don't know. That's not part of the plan, and I'm trying to stick with the rules, really. So, and that'll be it for me today for trading because it's coming on 2 o'clock. I have an end of day. The end of day rules come up at 2:30, and I don't see anything happening that would interest me between now or the system itself between now and 2:30. So top of the hour, we'll take a look at the backtest system in detail a little bit more. And then we'll do the recap at the bottom of the hour and market on closing balance at 1450 and knock this thing in the head at 1500. 7 hours of streaming. Get my screen snap here for the day. Well, 2 IBCs off the bottom down there, and neither one of them went any play. Well, this one did okay, but certainly didn't get to my target, which was kind of pretty sort of disappointing. Interesting context, huh? Boy, what an opening drive, and then complete fizzle. Yeah. Nothing to do here, folks. Move along. Nothing to see. Oh, man. Welcome to the stream. Thumbs up, subscribe would be great. Well, I approach these trades, Ron. I mean, yeah, if we look at the context, I don't say I have icebergs that tell me anything or that kind of thing. I suppose I lean on the session prices and those levels and the context of the market more than anything. But in the actual trading, as I've been trying to demonstrate here, and I will talk about in the backtesting story here in a couple of minutes, how I go about backtesting and how I went about setting up and vetting the specific IB trades. And what the market does around that is good for it. I have nothing to do with it. And that's how I look at it. Like the dealer spinning the roulette wheel isn't paying any attention to the crap guy or the 21 guy. I mean, maybe that's a poor example, but so I guess we could actually do that now, I guess. The backtesting system. Okay, what you've watched happen over here twice today now are two vetted trades. These are both IBC trades, specifically with very specific rules. Three rules. There's an A, a B, and a trigger, and they look like this. So here is this last trade. Now this is just a graphic display of a trade as taken by the trading system right here, which I built. Each one of these rules and all of this stuff I figured out myself based on what I thought, starting with a basic premise. The basic premise being this. This is the IB low, right? So you know that part. There's two types of trades associated with either of the initial balance levels. One is the initial balance failure, IBF. The other is the initial balance continuation, IBC. Well, the IB failure, the price trades down, makes the A over the IB. This is a poor example because it gets into the continuation, but it pulls back up here to the failure zone, trades down to the trigger zone, and fails back to the center, which is essentially a mean reversion trade. Let's see if I can not break everything here. Okay, it's essentially mean reversion. Now this is the mean because it's traded down, right? You see the mean very clearly. The mean being the volume point of control. The volume point of control is nothing magical. It's just the price at which the most contracts have traded so far in the session. And that happens to be right here. And the way the volume profile graphs that is, look at here. Where do you suppose the volume profile is? Or volume POC is right there. And that's it. Okay? So those are the two trades. Now there's two exactly the same around the IB high, and there's two exactly the same around the IB low. So we came up with an idea that, okay, let's say that the IB is taken out, the statistic is taken out, price trades back to the pullback zone, or to the pullback zone, trades into the trigger zone, and then mean reverts. Or price trades through the IB, goes to the continuation zone, pulls back to the trigger zone, and continues on. IB continuation. Those are the two trades that I set about trying to vet. So these rules right here do exactly that. And I've talked a little bit about it here. If you heard, I don't know, but there's a specific nuance to these rules. For example, this is an A because the bar opened above the IB, closed below the IB, and the bar preceding the signal bar opened higher than it closed. In other words, the market is trading down into the initial balance. This is not a signal because this is not a trigger because the market is trading down from the trigger. You know, see what I mean? Just trying, and this is just me using my logic and my what I think is a good idea. So I got that all built, and all of these rules do exactly that. I then created these indicators here, which are just indicators on this chart, having nothing to do with anything else, so that I could see where, if this A was happening when and where I thought it should. Now, you'll see over here, and what I'm doing now that I'm pushing these to the chart, okay, what happened? Well, there's the A, there's the B, there's the entry, short, and there it went, short. Doodly 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 doo. There we got our trigger. There we got our T1 right there on this bar. T2 is down here. We didn't get T2. We traded up here and we got stopped out. Boop, that's it. That's as complicated as it gets. Now, the beautiful part about backtesting with a system is we have all the rules that work. Let's set up the backtest. Let's look at it. I'm going to do one other thing before. I always do this, and I'm not sure if I really need to. This is the system we know has already worked. I'm not going to take any trades anymore because we're talking about backtesting and stuff. I'm going to remove the system from this chart. Just, that's all there is to it. So now we're going to set up the backtest. And we're going to make it for 500 days. We are going to determine whether, and notice, it says the MES. Obviously, the MES Z5 didn't go back 500 days. But the system is smart enough to know that we're trading the MES, and so it looks at the continuous contract, okay? In case you didn't notice that. 2 contracts. The RTH session only, 500 days. These are the reports that I want to see. Okay. Now, how long would you imagine it would take you to backtest, going back and watching each one of these rules, manually scrolling back 500 days? I tried it, and I could do like a month at a time, and I was seeing double and mad and looking for another glass of wine. I mean, it drove me crazy. So that's why I reverted to building an actual backtest system in IRT, which has this functionality built in. There is this trading system definition, and there is a backtest engine built into IRT. So I took advantage of it and gave this a whirl. So we're going to backtest 500 trading days. Well, it took 5 seconds. It took 5 seconds to evaluate every one of these rules over every 1 minute bar, and there happens to be 217,960 bars. I think that's freaking phenomenal. Okay? So 722 trades, so many long, so many short, various other stuff, trades per day, and on and on and on and on and on, drawdown and whatnot else. And then we have this one, which is not going to listen to me, apparently. There we go. Okay, this one is the consolidated summary. So there's 245 wins. There's 218 losses. Now, think about that for a minute. There's 722 trades. So that means that added these together and the difference is scratch, right? The win ratio is 2.17 here, and in other words, that would be the R ratio on this thing. The maximum average loss is $30. The average winner is 65.74. We had 7 consecutive losers and 7 consecutive winners in that particular setup. What I then did, just to make life easy for me, and I need that every time I can, I built this thing, which happy to share this with anybody. So there's 722 trades, right? 722. There's 245 winners and there's 219 losers. Well, nope. How many losers is there? 218 losers. Average loser is $30.26. Average winner is $65.74, $66. Okay. There's 259 scratches. The win rate is 51.87. Loss rate is 48.13. The expectancy, which is the really important number, is 1980, and the risk to reward ratio is 1 to 2.20. Or if you want to look at it as the R factor is 2.2. What that means is for every 1 risk unit risked, this system returned 2.20 risk units. And it averaged $19.80. Remember, this is the minis. These are the micros. These are, $1.25 a tick. This would be $198. And then you have this position size and the individual numbers. T1, T2, stops, and the trades per day. Now you have real statistics that you can deal with, and consecutive winners, consecutive losers. That gives me confidence to do this. Put the trade on and rely on the law of large numbers to come up with a positive
trading business. If if I want to make any changes, I do it here. I do the back test with 0 changes, and then I add 1 change and do a back test and see what effect that had. I can show you how that works right here. This is on the minis. This was last weekend. This is the risk neutral package that I trade on Bookmap. Now, 12 tick stop, 12 tick T1, 48 tick T2. No trailing, no nothing. These are the parameters for that. Looking backwards over 493 days, blah, blah, blah. In this case, 218. There you go. There you are. There are the stats, right down to the brass tacks. In this case, on the minis, there was 9 consecutive wins and 7 consecutive losses. 52.48, that sounds about the same. Profit factor, okay, 2.23. Yeah, all sounds about right. Then if you want to, okay, so let's see what happens if we scale up. Let's see what happens if when we achieve T1, we bring the stop to break even. This is ticks plus entry, trail ticks plus entry. And here's the trail trigger. When price gets to positive 12 ticks, which happens to be the same as T1 will be executed, and so we'll have that in, and we'll trail up to break even, meaning that we will have T1 locked in no matter what. And if it comes back on us, there we are. No scratches could happen in this one because there wouldn't be possibility of that. And there's what that one would do. And on and on and on. Let your imagination, let your conscience be your guide. How many different ways you want to try this. But this is the way you can do what if, and do it in a systematic, method-driven approach. So that's how I do the back testing and why I think it's important. And I have the vetted trades, and I'll continue to trade them. And when I achieve, did I show that? Talk about that? I don't remember. And this is the sizing deal. So I've decided that this is based on my sizing premises. I will trade micros until the micro 2-lot risk neutral package profit equals 1.33 the risk neutral 2-lot mini full stop. In other words, when I have enough profit earned to be 1.3 times a mini 2-lot stop loss, full stop, that's the amount of ticks I need before I can size up from the micro to the mini. That's 319 ticks. And then here we have all the rest of this noise around going on over here. And I need 172 more ticks to size up. That's 2.87 trades. It's, how can you miss? How can you not understand that? It's not a guess. It's not, I think so. I'm going to put on an extra package here. I'm going to load the boat. No, I'm going to get out here. I'm going to trail up there. I don't think any of that works. I think that the minute you do that, you have destroyed your trading system and edge because you've broken the rules. And the rules were generated. The edge and the expectancy was generated and calculated based on the specific rules. Boom. Do I wish I was long here? Yeah, no question about it. I saw this A, I was looking for a B and then a trigger. Wouldn't that have been sweet? Catch a B and a trigger and then pull off this over the top of a scratch and a loss. Be magic, wouldn't it? And that would be a trade that I would be more psychologically friendly to, or warm for, because look at the profile. What is it? I mean, in my limited opinion, risk, this is a mean reversion kind of, this is a rotational kind of day, so this is outside in. That would have made a lot of sense to me, but I didn't get the signal, so I didn't take the trade.
There's the backtesting. Okie dokie, bokey, smoky. And here we go. Yeah, I expect reversals in zones, like I was just saying around, but I use price levels, the mid POC, overnight high. I pay a lot of attention to the statistics, which are here. And I get them every morning. After in the pre-market, we determine the open type, and then we get the statistics for this open type that will apply to the adjacent, to their respective price levels, which come from IRT, and that's what these are. So, yeah. I don't know if that answered the question or not, but I tried. Well, it's the only way that I think you can approach trading. It is the professional way to approach trading as a business. Go get on YouTube, buy a book, whatever the hell it is. Jim Simmons, Mark Douglas, Ray Dalio, Paul Tudor Jones, Tom Sosnoff, Tom the Trader, the Danish guy, the Best Loser Wins author guy. Anybody. You listen to what they say, YouTube thing or something, even some dork you never heard about, like me or somebody else on YouTube that's figured it out, they're going to talk about probabilities and percentages, that you need to trade probabilities and the law of large numbers. That's it. That's the real secret to trading this market, because it's completely random. Trying to predict where it's going to go is a fool's game, and you're setting yourself up for spanking as far as I'm concerned. And God knows I've been spanked plenty. Yeah, so 8 in the morning I go through starting at 8, I go through the setup and all of this stuff, and then by the way, if I don't know what software you have or don't have or whatever else it is, but these session prices, I start pushing them at $1,700 on Sunday evening through $1,600 on Friday. Completely free. Happy to share them. Let me know. I'll hook you up with a URL. It's from Google. It's pushed from my IRT and then up to Google. And a whole lot of people use them. You can put them in cloud notes here. You can put them in these line indicator and this line indicator set. That's where this stuff comes from. You could use them on, I'm sure, any other charting package that can plot from a CSV template. Let me know. I'm happy to help. Drop something in, like, subscribe, and throw something in the chat, and then I'll hook you up with something. I don't know how to do it yet, but we'll figure something out. Oh, well, yeah, Bookmap, it's a cloud note column, right? So you could You did all you do. You get a CSV file and you put it. This is just a Cloud Note column, and you just dump it in the Cloud Note thing, and bam, there you go. I'll figure out how to do that. I'm not sure the easiest way to do it. Typically, I just throw the thing on a DM from Discord into a a DM from Discord or something like in the Traders Lab or wherever. I could probably just post it here, I guess. Maybe. I'll have to think about that, but yeah, no problem. I'll definitely figure out a way to hook you up. Let me see how to do that exactly. Pretty funny. So yeah. And I don't know whether you know this, Ron, but this indicator right here, this line indicator, you buy from Bookmap, but it uses the same data and URL essentially as the Cloud Note column. They both push at the same time from IRT real time. The difference, the reason you might see the line move and then the flag follow up is because the lowest or the smallest refresh time I'm able to set in IRT in the Cloud Note column is 1 minute, and whoever the boys and girls that coded this indicator, which you buy from Bookmap, I guess they probably coded it to refresh quicker. I don't know. But the data pushes every 30 seconds. Here, it's exported every 30 seconds from IRT. From Sunday night at 1700 till the cows come home on Friday. Till Friday night at 1600. Okay, and we're going to have this world famous wrap up here in a minute. I want this. There we go. I don't know about NinjaTrader. I haven't used NinjaTrader in a long, I'm talking 15 or 20 years probably. I had it. Never did pay for it, just the free thing, I tried out. I don't know whether how it handles CSV inputs or templates are required or any of that. I got no clue, but Bookmap for sure. Obviously, as you see, they're working on Bookmap, and a lot of people in the TLab and Static and whatever use the levels that I push every day. So there's that. Cool. I will now, what am I going to do? Ooh, 1430. We just turned the curve, rounded the last curve for the home stretch here, boys and girls. Ooh, exciting. So 2 trades, scratch and a stop. Bummer. Hey, the magic of trading, huh? And yesterday was a stop. So, I'm getting all nervous now. remember the back test? How many stops were there in a row? 7 consecutive stops within a 500-day trading pattern. So if it's within that criteria and I'm getting the win rate and I'm getting everything else, what's happening? I'm okay. Everything is correct within the parameters of the back-tested system. Yeah. Okay, what else? Where am I going to go now? I'm going to do something. I don't remember what. Daily recap. Got to remember what the hotkeys are. Boom. Okay. So here we are. What a day. Started out with an opening drive from hell, didn't they? Look at there. And that's substantial. That's 6709 out of 6636. Basically 70 handles in the space of what? 30 minutes? Jesus. That's conviction. Somebody had some business to do there, didn't they? And then we have this tomfoolery going on now. And I'm sure it's just they're making some money and positioning for the NVIDIA. Remember, NVIDIA reports at 15, whatever I said, 20 or something like that? And the call is at 1600, according to what we saw on the news source. So then, IRT, the charting, we have both the micros and the minis. Same setup for both. These are naked volume points of control. Boom. I'm curious to see how well, let's get back to the business at hand here. So we're at about 139% average volume this time of day, and we dipped down a little bit here when I got lucky there for a second. Now we're up here at 4.5 points average true range. That's quite a few. This is the micro composite, which is my version of a high time frame chart, is my view. It's RTH session only. These are daily candlesticks. And wherever price overlaps, I pull a volume profile around them. After the close, I'll pull this over to here. And it's real simple. Watch this. Well, that didn't happen the way I wanted it to do, but God damn it. I'm all gun shy here. Now watch this. There you go. That's all there is to it. Now it's pulled, okay? That's not the case for the way I want it, but so I'm going to go back one. Now it's going to fuss with me. Watch this. Anyway, sorry. This mouse and I aren't working very well together. So this is the volume profile. The most current profile here has these red and green lines, which are high and low volume nodes in the current profile, in this most recent profile, as I've drawn it. And this is 100% subjective. You can do it any way you want, but this is how I think I first heard about micro profile idea from like Murad Askar, who's FT71, way a long time ago. He was actually in a trading room I was in when he was learning market profile. So there's that. Those lines push automatically to bookmap. The session prices push automatically to bookmap. And this is the market profile. Now, and this is the full session. The RTH session, and I'll change it to the full session. Have the same tab setup for the ES Mini as I do the micro. And then we have the all-important, whoopsie doopsie. We have the all-important news. So We talked about this already. NVIDIA's rocking the boat right here. The economic calendar. This is free. I'm sure you can pay them. Investing.com. Filter it for whatever you want, wherever you are. You know, do you want to have 1 star, 2 star, 3 stars only? Do you want to only look at stuff from Switzerland? That you can do that. And this is for today. I like this view because it only puts out the actual normal financial reports and information. And I like it, the layout of it to screen snap and put into Discord or wherever. Earnings, same idea. Holidays. Ooh, we know that next week I got to filter these for the country. Next week we're going to have Thanksgiving, and it tells you that there. Okay. Now, this is the second news source I have. White House moves to block the bill limiting AI exports. They want to block the bill. I'm not sure I understand that. I'll have to look into this. Does this mean they want to block a bill that's limiting the exports? In other words, the White House wants to export without any kind of limitation? Or does this mean yeah, that's what that means. Well, I guess. I don't know. Crazy. And all this big crap about how wonderful it is at that conference they were just at. I don't get it. Weird. Anyway, this is Financial Juice. It's also free. You can filter it, but not as much. The left side here is kind of the docket. I don't like it as well as investing.com, but they do have a squawk box feature over here, which is nice. And another thing they do, which investing.com doesn't do, is they add these little things in that are going to happen throughout the day that aren't regular financial reporting data points. You know, Trump talking here, Trump doing this, whatever else it is. So that's a good thing. And this is where we're going to see the market on close imbalance orders show up pretty quick. So I think, be ready for tomorrow, non-farm payroll from September at 7:30. They're really rocking the boat over here again. And yeah, any one of these places where if you'd have jumped on along, wouldn't that have been a nice thing? Do you reverse? Do you chase? No, I don't. It's not a signal. I don't do it. Sorry. It would have been nice to have had, as I said earlier at the end of the backtesting story, it would have been nice to have gotten a signal down here for the IB failure, because that's what we've been doing all day. Wouldn't it have been nice to get along right here and just let's see how far we go. Yeah. 80, 35, so, 45 handles. Sweet. Sweet. All right. Now we have, I think that pretty much takes care of the daily wrap-up. I don't know, I don't have any idea what prompted this opening drive. Let's see what happened in the overnight. Here was the overnight. Blue boy's on duty, see? Here was the overnight. Don't ask me. God, that's an anomaly to me. What happened in the bigger picture over here? Oh, let's look at the TLab chat. Sometimes that's, or chart. Sometimes that's kind of informative. I'm just gonna. Don't want that to be the case. But anyway. This is the chart I post in the TLab every morning at 8:20. So here is our, and it's just full session. So here's today. There's the overnight, not much. Something happened right at the, look at here. Something happened right before the open, and then off she went. I don't know what that caused that. Oh no, it didn't either. Just a nothing overnight. Here was a pretty much nothing rotational, basically just a rotational day before. Got no idea why somebody was excited about that drive, but somebody put in a big order, I guess, and they wanted to get it filled. They had business to do, I suppose. And it's none of my, I'm going to focus on my trading. I'm going to focus on the back testing and then trading those setups and strategies that I have vetted. This is the trigger chart, which I may have mentioned is just it's just a big version of the other one there by the back test. I originally put this up here before I started letting the back test signals run on that chart so that I could have a little bit bigger view, and maybe I'll do something else over the weekend. I'll be doing my homework tonight, and I'll be doing, of course, I'll be back online at 0800 in the morning for the pre-market, set up bookmap, IRT, take a look at the numbers, morning stuff. Coffee, SS and S, all those things. Okay. Well, I'm almost at 7 hours here on the stream, which is typical for every day. And I've been at it for about 2.5 hours before that. And I've got a couple hours after that. So, it makes for a long day for an old guy. Seems like everything's working all right. That's a good thing. I don't know what that monitor jogging in and out was about, but hopefully I'll check all the connections during the shutdown period. I don't do that kind of stuff throughout the day if I can help it. Five minutes till the market on closing balance. 1450. And then sometimes 1455, but 1450. Let me see just exactly how to. Thanks for coming by the way. Definitely nice to have input in the chat, and if you get around to it, like and subscribe. That'd be great. Put a notification thing. It's every morning, every trading morning at 8 o'clock. And all my charts and times are Central Standard Time. So same as Chicago. So it makes it easy. How do you know? So disappointing day. Because, you know, I want to win every day, all day. Yeah. And then you woke up. And then you woke up. Well, we got about a minute and a half or 2.5 or something. Cool. I'm looking forward to a walk around the house. Remember my spiel about the critical tool in your office, you know? That's really important, boy. And the older you get, the more important it becomes. When you're young, you're bulletproof. You don't think about it. Got to figure out which setup I'm going to vet next. Here we go. Market on close and balance in about 30 seconds or so. 20, 35-ish. Not that it's going to be any big earth-shaking deal. And because this is free, remember, can you imagine how much of a rake off certain people are getting from this Saudi stuff? Wow. That's got to be that's got to be a lot. That has got to be a lot. $15.20, is that when the earnings is at $15.20? Oh, there you go, boys and girls. There's the market on close imbalance. Not much of a pop. You see the reaction here? Not so much. Used to be really big. Now this is, 7 handles, don't forget. So I want to make sure I'm flat ahead of that. And I have never figured out a way to trade it. And I actually don't know how to I know how to interpret it. This is S&P 500 buy side 117 million, NASDAQ 100 sell side 314, Dow buy side 192, and the Mag 7 sell side 145 million contracts. Market on close imbalance. So as I understand this, that means that there's 117 more contracts to buy than there is to sell. Orders resting in liquidity. In other words, yes. Sometimes we see 3 billion the other day and 600 and something million. Imagine 3 billion S&Ps E-minis. What's the tick value? At $12.50 a tick, imagine what happens when it moves one tick. It's $100 million. Incredible. Completely incredible. I'm sure I must not be understanding it right, obviously. So Congress is trying to limit AI chip exports, and the White House is moving to block that bill. So we want to export AI chips unlimitedly. 3 months ago, there was a big ban on not going to let anybody have the H20 or whatever that thing was called. I'm having a hard time keeping up with the decisions. I guess it has to do with who pays who the most, I guess. The squeaky wheel gets the grease, I guess. I guess. Okay, so there you have that. There you have everything, boys and girls. And we're going to wrap this mess up and be off to eating my own dog food, get some R&R, rest my eyes, get ready for the other life, soccer dad and all that stuff. Remember that it's really important to do some exercise throughout the day, be properly hydrated, rested, nutrition, exercise, rest your eyes, get outside at least once a day or something. Maybe not outside. Just focus in the distance and get some natural light if you can. It's real important. Real important. And I'll try to figure out how to get that, get you that link. Absolutely. Ron. No problem. I just don't know whether to try to put it through to the Discord room. That's where I've done before. Or whether there's a way to do it through the YouTube and the thing. I don't know. I'll figure it out. Thanks a lot for stopping by and the feedback. That's great. Thumbs up, subscribe, anybody, everybody. Let's get about 1 million people here so I can just get paid $1 gazillion by YouTube and, sit back and smoke plenty of cigarettes or something here. Sit back and pretend I can trade, just spend all my time trading a rear view mirror. Like so many people do. I'm not that clever. I figure that I need to do the work. 5 minutes. Five minutes. All right. Less than a minute. Here we go. Remember that they're reporting at 15:20. Oh, 10 seconds, baby. Here we go. Let's get a trade quick. There you go. Yay, squad, team, whatever. So that wraps up another fun-filled extravaganza with the CME. 2 trades, a scratch and a stop. That's exactly the opposite of what I would like to have happen. But, it happened. Taken specifically by the rules, and there you go. So have a great night. Get away from the screens, rest your eyes, get some exercise, get some rest, and be back at 8 o'clock in the morning. Risk neutral trading. Have a good one.